Hi and welcome to this video. In this one, we're going to build an event planner app. Very quickly before the start of the video, if you want to stay updated with the modern web development courses and content releases, please subscribe to my newsletter. The link is in the video description. Happy coding and learning. This app is going to be built using React. For type safety, we're going to use TypeScript. For styling, we're going to use Tailwind CSS. We're going to store all of our events inside of the local storage of the browser so we can have them for reference in the future. And then since this app is going to have a few pages, we're going to use React Router, the most popular routing library for React for the routing of this app. So what is this app? I've already created one event. I could just click on that and we're going to see the event name. We have the event date, we have the event time, the location, the number of guests or attendees. We also have our description, and if I come down here, we're going to see a list of the guests that are going to be coming to our event. Now, each of these guests, they're going to have a status, which is going to comprise of 3 different actions. We have yes, we have no, and then we have maybe. So if you set it to no, or you set it to maybe, and you go back to the events page, you're going to see now we have 2 confirmed attendees, because one of them is a no, but the other 2, they are a yes. So it's always going to change that for you. You could always add as many attendees as you want. So I could just add guest number 2. But if I try to add a guest that has already been added, I'm going to see an error like this, a message that's going to say, okay, this guest is already added, or this email has already been added. Just do something else, add someone else. All right, now let me just add guest number 5. And if I go back to our events page, because we have like a certain amount of real estate, I am going to show you how to concatenate the remainder of the data. So even if you have like 1,000 attendees or guests for that specific event or party or whatever that is, you're going to see the first 3 and then the rest of them are going to be concatenated. But nonetheless, this number is going to determine or basically display how many attendees there are, confirmed ones, of course. We could edit any of the other data when it comes to the event itself. So for that, I could just click on that. I could edit the title from here. I could edit the description. I could edit the date. Let's set it to June 20th. Let's move it to 9 p.m. And let's change location to, I don't know, like Tokyo. And we could remove any of the attendees if we want to as well. So let's just update that. And there we go. You can see all of the updated information is shown there. And we could create a new event. So I'm just going to create a new one. Here I could say some event description. And then I could just copy paste this. Let's put it on the 3rd of July on this time. Let's make it PM. This could be DC and it could be guest 5, add attendee, and then we're going to create the event. Of course, this website is going to be fully responsive. So I could just add some dummy data just to show you how the cards are going to go to the next line. And 1, 2, 3, whatever the location is. There we go. So we got 3 here. But if I just go ahead and reduce the width of the window, you can see they move on to the next line. Right there. All right. There we go. And we can delete any event if we want to as well. We can just click on this delete sign. We're going to have this pop-up. We could cancel this using this cross or this cancel, or we could just say, okay, delete that event, and we're going to be navigated to the main page. I'm going to delete this event as well. So I'm just going to keep the first one. The number of pages that we're going to have 1 main page here. As you can see in the URL, we're going to have 1 page that's going to be for creating new events. And then we're going to have one page for the event itself, like event details page. And then this event edit page is going to be almost the same thing as our event create page. So technically we're going to have 3 pages. And of course, if we go to any URL that doesn't exist, for example, this URL, we're going to get an unstyled 404 page. I just remember that I implemented a not found page, but I also remember that I didn't style that. So I handled it, but I didn't style it. But when we complete our application, I'm going to style that too. I just remembered to style it. So anyway, let's get started with the setup of this app. We're going to go through Vite to scaffold a React TypeScript project for us. Let's hit enter, and the name could be event-planner app. That could be the name. We want it to be React TypeScript, and I'm going to say npm I, so it installs all of the project dependencies for us. Let's come right here. So far we have React, React DOM. We have all the types that are necessary. We have our ESLint. We have the TypeScript as well. We need to install React Router for routing of our application, and then we need to install Tailwind CSS as well. So in here, I'm going to say npm I or install React Router DOM at latest. So I'm just going to install that. There we go, version 7.6. And we need to install Lucid React as well for icons. So there we go. And we should see the icons there. Very good. And finally, let's go ahead and let's implement Tailwind CSS. So for that, I'm going to say npm install -d. Now I already have this. Tailwind CSS -d is for development, just to make sure that this is a development dependency. So because if we want to compile a project and basically deploy it somewhere, Tailwind CSS is not going to be something that our project is going to rely on in production. It's going to be compiled into native CSS. That's what the browser understands. So that's why it's okay if I just put it in as a development dependency. We have our Vite plugin as well as the auto prefixer. So let's hit install. And there we go. Now after that, I'm going to jump here, and in here, I'm just going to say import Tailwind CSS from add Tailwind CSS. So we should have it there. There we go. Add Tailwind CSS. And then I just need to add Tailwind CSS here as well. Save this. I'm going to open up our source. And within the source, we have this app.css, which I'm going to get rid of. We're going to have our app.tsx, which is just going to say export default function. Let me just zoom this in. App, capital app. And I just want to say return home page. We are going to change this momentarily, so that's going to suffice for now. Index.css, we are going to change this to just import. So import at import Tailwind CSS. Very good. Now I need to jump into my HTML. Let me rename the title of our web page. So I could just call this event planner. Let me take a look at this. So this is called event planner app. This is the completed app, but I could just call this event planner and just make sure that this HTML links to our style index.css that we have inside of our source directory. Next up, let's jump into our index.css. There is going to be a theme that I've already selected for this app. So we're going to have the theme. We are going to have color primary, secondary, tertiary. On the body element, we're going to have these styles, and on the button element, we're going to have that style. Save everything. Let me close that. Let me close the index.html, and let me close this one as well. So let's go ahead and let's run this. npm run dev. So here we go. We have our home page. And now let me put these to this browser and the VS Code side by side. And there we go. So I'm going to get rid of my terminal. Now, the first thing that I want to do when it comes to the creation of this application is I usually go ahead and get started with the routing of the app, because with routing, I know how many pages I have. And when I determine the number of pages that I'm going to end up with, I also determine what sort of components will I be needing for those specific pages. So I could just make this a little bit bigger so we can see the app. I'm going to put the completed app on the right, and we're going to have our working app on the left. And I also want to get rid of this assets folder. We're not going to need this. Very good. So when it comes to the routing of our application, before jumping into the app itself, we need to have the routing implemented first. So how is this routing going to work? Well, whenever we're working with routing, when it comes to React Router, you need to keep in mind that each route is actually an object. And the reason that it is an object is because it has several different information on it. So several different properties. And the best data structure to show that is going to be an object. Now I'm going to create, since we're going to have more than one route, we need to have an array. That's typically how routes are created. And in here, I'm going to have one array. Now, I'm going to have one main route, but then the rest of the routes are going to be child routes. So if I take a look at that here, we can see it says 5173. Now, if I click on birthday party, whatever happens, that happens after 5173. So it happens on event and then some sort of an alphanumeric string, which is the ID of the event. So each event is going to be different. But nonetheless, it happens after 5173. And whenever it happens after that, that means that's going to be a child of 5173. So we're going to have one main route and several children routes. So here, the main route is going to have a path, and this path is going to be determined or displayed using a /. That's a common convention. That's the home page. So whenever you see backend, frontend, /, that's the home page or the home route. Now, whenever a user goes to this route, the user is going to see a page. But what kind of information will the user see on that page? Well, the user is going to see some sort of a layout, which I'm yet to create. That's going to be the layout, but the layout is not responsible for displaying the information on the page. There is going to be another component that's going to be responsible for it, which I'm going to get to. But here, I am going to specify something that's called an error element. So whenever the user goes to any route or any page that I don't have a component for, that's going to be a 404 page, as you saw. So we want to specify a specific component for that as well. So not found page. These are all the pages that we have not implemented. So we're going to implement like a couple of pages, and then the unlimited number of possibilities are going to fall into this category of not found page. And after that, since we talked about that, the rest of the routes are going to be child routes, where we are going to create children. And this is going to be an array of object routes. So the first object route is going to be responsible for showing content. Now you need to keep in mind that whenever we're handling components for routes, the main job of those components is to show readable information to user whenever the user goes to that route, aka URL. So whenever you go to google.com, you see some sort of information in front of you. And that's what the job of any component is. That's why a component is called a component, because it returns something that's readable on the web page. It returns JSX. If it doesn't return JSX, it's not a component. So it returns JSX, and that JSX is going to be converted into HTML, and HTML is readable by the browser. So all of the texts, the multimedia assets, all of them are going to be visible on the web page. But that's all the job of any specific component. Now, I did say that we have our home route, which is denoted as a /, but the layout element that I specified up above, the job of that is to provide the structural blueprint of our website. The job of that is not to show any kind of textual or content, like any kind of content. So I am going to create another element here, and the job of this is to show the content. This is going to be called events list page, and for good reason, because this page is going to list all of the events. Why is it this page? Because that's the home page. So if you go to the home page, if I had more than one event, as you saw before, all of the events are going to be shown on this page. And this page is called events list page. But then I need to specify when should the user see this page. Whenever the user goes to a page for which the index is set to true. And what does this mean? It means that index set to true basically means show this component whenever the user goes to the home page of this application. Whatever the home page is, show this component. But this is going to be the layout for that component. So here we have our very first child route, you could call it a child route. The second one is going to be whenever the user wants to create an event. So if you click on create an event, you can see we have 5173/create. So for that, we are going to have a path. So /create. Now, we don't write 5173. That's because that's the port. If you deploy this app, the port is going to change. It's going to be the domain name of the website where you deployed it. But for now, for a local, it's going to be 5173. So that's changeable. But even if you deploy it, /create is always going to be there on the domain name. It's always going to be there. So that's why we don't write, because I don't know where I'm going to deploy it, or even if I'm going to deploy it. But nonetheless, we need to have our component responsible for this, and this is going to be called event create page. Now, these are all components. We have created 4 components so far, and we are going to go ahead and complete the routes, and then we're going to come up with the components. The next route is going to be responsible for showing any individual event. So if I click on this, you can see we have that /event / something that looks like a sequence of characters and numbers, an alphanumeric sequence. Now, I don't know what that sequence is, like I don't know it by heart, but that's just going to be a unique ID for that specific event. Now, the cool thing here is that whenever we're talking about events, the ID is going to be different depending on the event. So if I create a new event, it is going to have a different ID. So the ID is going to be dynamic. So what we need to do is we need to work with something that's called a route parameter. So route parameters in routing in React Router, they handle dynamic IDs or dynamic page generations. So even though the structure of the HTML, the form element is going to be the same thing, but the ID for that specific event is going to change. So for this event, if I go and take a look at this, it's going to be 9B OF or 0F, I would say, 9B 0F. But if I were to create just a very simple event, just put it right there. And I'm just going to say 1, 2, 3, just create the event. And if I click on the event, you can see it says 1002. So these two have different IDs. So the thing is that I don't want to hard code this ID. So the ID is different and I want it to be dynamic. And the way we write dynamic IDs is, let me first write the event, and then we have this colon, and then I'm going to pass an ID. So it could be ID, it could be event after the colon, but whatever you write here, you need to keep that in mind for future reference. I'm going to write ID because that's what I'm trying to generate. Now, when the user goes to any ID for any specific event, what is the user going to see? The user is going to see this component. It is going to be called event details page. Very understandable names. And finally, we need to also implement this for whenever we click on this editing. So if I click on the edit, you can see the ID of the event stays the same, but from create, we go to edit. So it's right there. So it was create before, now it is edit. So I need to create that as well. Let me just copy that from up above. Now, since this is going to be dynamic, we still are going to keep this as colon ID, but this event is going to change to edit. And whenever the user goes to this page, we're going to show an event edit page. There we go. Now, there is a couple of errors because we have not actually created these pages. So inside of the source directory, I'm going to create a new folder, and I'm going to call it pages. The first page that I'm going to create is going to be the not found page. .tsx. All of the extensions are going to be tsx. So this is going to be export default function. This is the page, and this is going to return 404. Save this. Now, if I remove the last character and add it, this is going to port it for me. Very good. Let's create the next page. It's going to be I should copy the name. The events list page.tsx. Let's add enter events list, and this is just going to return this string for me. I did RFC. That's going to create a React functional component. It's a little bit faster. And there we go. That's the second page. Let's take a look at the third page. .tsx, and let's put it there, and this is just going to return this string. Get rid of that, save it. I'm going to close these pages. Let's import this one as well. We are down 3 pages, 2 more pages left to go. .tsx. I could do RFC. That's a little bit faster. Put that there and get rid of the import. Save this. And there we go. And we have our final page, which is the event edit page. TSX. And put that there. Let me get rid of the import and get rid of both of the pages. Hit enter, and there we go. Now, we have imported all of the pages that we created. Of course, this is an array of routes, but we have not actually configured routing yet. What I'm going to do next is I am going to create our layout component as well. So I'm going to copy the name. I'm going to create a new folder, and I'm going to call it layout. And I'm going to put the layout of our app in there. And for this one, I'm going to do export default function. The name of the function or the component is going to be layout. Now, the job of this layout is to provide structure for our website. So the structure of the website is like this. No matter which page I go to, so even if I'm on the home page or on any specific event page, I am going to see this nav bar. So the nav bar is on top. Even if I go to the edit page, create an event page. So on the top, I see the nav bar, but on the bottom, I see the main content. But the main content is different. On the home page, this is the main content. For every individual event, the main content is going to be different. When I go to create an event, the main content is different. So I need to have some sort of dynamic main content inside of the layout. And I'm going to show you how to create that. So what do we want to return? I am going to grab our React fragment. The first thing is going to be our navigation, which is going to be a component that I'm going to create outside of this layout. And the second thing is going to be a main element. Now, the main element is going to wrap the main content of our app, but the main content is different, as I just showed you. So we need to have some sort of a placeholder just to take a place until we create that. And this is actually a component which is called outlet, which is given to us by React Router DOM. So whenever you go to any page, the content of the page is going to replace this outlet, but the parent is going to be main. It's going to be this main right here. Now on the main, before leaving this page, I want to implement a couple of Tailwind CSS classes just for padding. And after that, let's go ahead and let's create our navigation component. Now in the source directory, I'm going to create a new folder and I'm going to call it components. There we go. And in here, we're going to have our navigation.tsx, export default function navigation. And this is going to return the navigation for our website. Let me import this here. And there we go. So we are done with the layout. We are going to work on the navigation, but let's import layout here as well. Very good. Now that we have created the routes of our app, let's go ahead and let's configure the route. Now, whenever we want to configure the route, since our entire application works on routing, the routes or the routing system has to basically wrap our entire app. That's what it should do for us. So in here, I am going to create a router. So I'm going to call it router. And we have this create browser router function, which is available on the React Router DOM. So if I go up, I just imported that here, React Router DOM, and this is going to create what the name says. It's going to create a routing system for our application. So where are the routes? I just created all of them up above right here. And I store all of that information inside of the router. Now, we don't want our homepage to show homepage no more. We have a component that's called a router provider. And this is going to accept a prop or an object, which is called a router, which I have already created up above. And this is going to be a self-closing one. And as soon as I did that and I saved, you can see we have our navigation and we have the events list page. So if I go to create, we can see it says event create page. I could go to event /. Now, after the event /, the ID, as you remember, is going to be dynamic. So even if I write 1, I'm going to see the event details page. But if I go to any page that doesn't exist, like after the home page, I write 1, 2, 3, this is going to be our 404 page. Now let's go ahead and let's style our 404 page right here. So what I could do is, since I have not styled it here as well, so if I get rid of I could just write E at the end of the /. This is going to go to the 404 page. Since I haven't styled this, I'm just thinking off the top of my head. I could have a text that is going to say page not found, or it could just say 404, but then it would be nice if I add a link for the user to be able to navigate to the home page. That's just a better UX in my opinion. So let me get rid of this 404. And in here, I could create a div. And within the div, let's do an h2 because I've already reserved h1 for another occasion. And this could be page not found. Or I could say 404 and then hyphen page not found. And then if I want to navigate users to some other page, I could either use the use navigate hook of React Router DOM, and put it on a button, or I could use the link component that React Router DOM gives me, which is easier than using useNavigate. That's going to be a little bit more complicated. So we have this link component on React Router DOM. This is going to have a property on it, which is going to be to. So where do I want the user to be navigated to? Once the user clicks on this link, I want the user to go to the home page. So it's /. And then this is going to have a closing and an opening tag. And I could just write here, main events, main, or I could say home page. You know what, just keep it simple. There we go. So let's implement some styles on this one. Here I'm going to do flex column. Let's add a gap of 4. I'm going to say item center just to put it in the center. Let's add a margin 12 on the div. For the h2, let's change the color to white. So text white. This is why I love Tailwind CSS. So text -white. And on the anchor element, I just want to make sure that the user really knows that this is a link that I can click on. So let's just implement some styles. On the x-axis, I'm going to do 16 pixels of padding. On the y-axis, I'm going to do 8 pixels of padding. Text is going to be secondary, the theme color that we have. And let's save everything. There we go. I'm going to add a border just for stylistic purposes, but the color is going to be the same thing as the text. Now let's round the corners, round it SM, and there we go. So now if I click on this home page, you can see it says 404 page not found. Font bold, I guess better. Yeah, I guess so. So I could just click on this and I'm going to be navigated to my home page. So go back again, click, and I'm navigated to my home page. So there we go. I didn't style this one, but I styled this one. Okay, very good. Now we're done with our 404. Let's jump in and let's talk about our navigation. So for the navigation, as you know, I like semantic HTML. I'm going to use the nav element. Now, what do we have inside of our navigation? We just have two things. One is going to be a button. We have two things, basically two buttons that navigate the user to some other part of our app. One of the buttons is going to navigate the user to home page. The other one is going to navigate the user to the /create page. Now, if you break it down like this, it's easier to implement. So we could use the same link component. You should use this component because this is the right component for the job. So here, this is going to go to our home page. We have that little icon. That's going to be calendar. Hit enter. Let me close this. And this is going to say events. Save that. Let's come right here. And there we go. So you can see this is going to go to the home page. And that's the first link. The second link is going to go to /create. And this is going to say create an event. Calendar, this is going to be plus. Let me import this as well. Save this. So if I click on this create an event, you can see we went to the event create page. But then if I click on events, we went to the events list page. I'm going to pause the video, apply the Tailwind CSS styles, and I'm going to come back. Right, there we go. We have our styles. I just zoomed out a little bit. I feel like this looks better. So we go to the create, we go to the event. Now, since we have put the navigation inside of the layout of our entire application, it doesn't matter which page we go to. You can see we have this navigation there. And the reason that we use this link component, where is it? Where did I put that? We could use the href, but then that's going to refresh the page for us. I could even show that to you. So let me just comment that one out, and I'm going to do an anchor element. This is going to go to /create an event. Save this. Now, if I go to create an event, you can see, take a look at this icon for Vite. This icon right there. Let me just show it to you. There we go, that icon. I'm going to click on this. You can see the page refreshes. Now, I don't want page refresh because whenever we're working with routing, if we have page refresh, and that the first thing that it does is our application is no longer a single page app. And that means if our app is a heavy app, it's going to be very, very performance costly for us. So every time we refresh all of the assets of the page, that's going to take a long time. So it's better to use the right tool for the job, which is the link component. And now you can see, even in this scenario, it is a few milliseconds faster, even we don't have anything. But imagine you had like 1,000 events. That would be really slow if for you to like refresh the page every time. All right. So now that you know that, let's close the layout as well. So now let's think, what do we want to do next? So we could go one of many different ways. We could create any page that we want by default or like at the start. But what I want to do is the first page that I want to create is going to be the event create page, because this page is actually responsible for creating an event. And then the main or the home page is responsible for just displaying the event. But this is the most important page. If we don't have any event, we have nothing to show for it. So let's go ahead and let's create the components that are necessary for this page. And in this page, the first thing that I want to do is go over the markup. So let's take a look at our completed form. So if I click here, we can see that we have a title on the top, but this title is going to be different. It's either going to say this create new event, or if I go to any event and try to edit that, it's the same form, but the title is going to be different. So we need to have some sort of a conditional state for that as well. And after that, we have our form. The form has title. We need to have a field for title, description, date, time, location, attendees, which is going to be a form in on its own. And then we have this button. So some of the text is going to be different, but the form itself is going to remain the same. So let's go ahead and let's try to implement this. I am going to return, the first thing that I'm going to return is going to be a section element. And within the section element, I'm going to have an h2. Now, based on some conditions, so I'm going to say based on some condition, we are going to show two titles. And I'm going to come back to this condition, what this is. So if this condition is true, we could show either of the two titles. So if the condition is true, if the condition refers to editing, we could say edit event, or if the condition refers to creating, we could say create new event. But I'm just going to say the condition is going to be based on editing. So if the condition is true, we're going to say edit event. Otherwise, we are going to say create new event. And there we go. And I'm going to come back to this h2 later. Let's grab our form element because this form is going to be really, really interesting. So the way that I'm going to go about this is we could go two ways actually. One way is we know that we are changing the UI. So we need to have like use state hooks. That's something that we already know. We need to have one use state hook for our title and one for description. And the same goes for the other fields as well. So depending on the number of fields that we have, we're going to end up with several different hooks. We could either do that, or we could combine all of that into one form state, and then we could basically grab different parts of that state and put it in different form inputs. So that's what I'm going to do in this for this specific form here. So I'm going to have first one div that is going to refer to our title. There is going to be a label. The label is going to say title, and this is going to say event title. There we go. We're going to have an input. The input will have a type of text. It is going to have an ID of title. And then this name is very important. The name is also going to be title. And after the name, I need to come up with some sort of an event handler that is going to take a look at the events this input is going to receive, send it to React to our useState hook, and then the useState hook is going to calculate the next state and it's going to give us the value for it. And for the form inputs, we use the onChange because this is going to track every individual key press of the keyboard. And since this is all one big use state, I am going to use one big function for it. So I'm going to say onChange. I'm going to call a function that is going to be called handle input change. Now keep in mind, this has a generic name. It is not specific to this input because all of these inputs are going to be controlled by one use state. Therefore, their setter function is going to be this one thing as well. But we're going to make it, we're going to create it in a way that it can be applied on everything. You can think of it like a generic use state. So this is our input. Now, that's the title part. I can just copy paste it down below, and then we could create the description part as well. So for description, let me change these. This is going to be, all of these are going to be description. And there we go. And let me just capitalize the D, or just get rid of the event here as well. There we go. This part is done. Let me just copy paste that. And what else do we have? We have the date. For date, the HTML4 is going to go to date. The type of this is going to be date. So let me just capitalize the D here. And there we go. Let me grab everything, just copy paste it and come down. So what else do we have? We have time. Let me select everything. This is going to be time. Let me capitalize that one as well. And we have one for location, and then we have one for email. We have this location, and then we have the attendee email. Let me just copy paste this as well. And I have not actually provided a way for us to get the value from the use state. You can see I've just provided the event handler, but not the value that is going to be retrieved from use state. I am going to come back to that. So this one is going to say location, and let me capitalize the L, but this could be of type text. It doesn't have to be any other type. And for our attendees, let me just copy this one last time, put it down here, save it. This is going to be attendee email. Very good. And I could just provide a hyphen there, provide one here as well. There we go. The type of this is going to be email, and the name is going to be the same thing. Let me just grab this, put it here. There we go. So this is going to be attendees. Save that. Let's take a look at our changes. We don't see anything because we have like all of these errors when it comes to our handle input change. But there is one more thing that I want to add here, and that's that button. But you need to keep in mind that you should be within this div. So within the div, I'm going to have a button. The button is not going to submit our form. It's just going to add an attendee to the form. So it should have a type, and I'm going to set the type as button because I don't want this button to confuse itself and submit the form for us. What this is going to do is it's going to have an onClick, and onClick we are going to have a function that's going to be handled at attendee. So this button is going to have a plus sign from Lucid React, and it is going to say add attendee. Save that. And let's just complete the rest of the form. So whenever we add any attendee, there is going to be, let's say, guest 5 added. There is going to be one other field that's going to come right here. And I could create it now, but what I want to do is implement that later, so we don't have to like, I don't want this markup to be overly complicated because I just want to first off come up with our context with a couple of reducers so we can get this form going. And then once we have the form, we're going to come back to attendees. It's no big deal. So on this button, this is going to have a type. So we have first the cancel button, and then we have the event create button. This is going to be a type of button as well. And this is just going to say cancel. And after that, now this button is going to have a type of submit. Submit, very good. And this is going to say create. Now, again, this is going to be conditional, right? Based on some condition, we're going to say create event. And if that condition is true, we're going to say like edit event or something like that. So whatever the condition is, we need to make sure that the text of this button is in line with the condition that we have in our H2. So if the H2 says create new event, the button should also say create event. Both of them should be the same thing. So whenever I implemented H2, I'm going to go back to this button and we're going to implement that. So let's go to the first form input, which is of title, of type text. Now, we added an event handler, which is going to set the next value for the event, for this input. But where is that value located? How can we access that? So as I said, we are going to create like a big useState hook, and then we're going to basically share it with different inputs that we have. Now, before knowing where that is, let's just go ahead and let's create our useState so it's easier for me to explain it to you. So here I'm going to grab my useState, and this useState is going to accept one initial state. This hook needs one initial state, and the initial state is going to be the state that's going to be for the entire form. So here I'm just going to create an object, and of course the reason we have an object is because we have a combination of key value pairs. We have a title, and then we have some text for the title, description, some value for the description. So we have like pair kind of data. That's why an object. So the title initially is going to be empty. After the title, we're going to have description, which is going to be initially empty. After the description, there is going to be a date, initially empty. And after a time, empty initially. This is the initial state of our form. So when you go to this form, you can see there is nothing. Everything is empty. Location, also the same thing. And we have the attendee email, which is going to be the same thing. And this should be a comma. Very good. So this is our initial useState state. And then I need to initialize this as well. So what this is going to give me is form data. And then using this set form data, I should be able to calculate the next state of this useState or this hook. Now let's select our input elements. And now if I just go to form data dot, we're going to see all of our information. So here I'm going to select the form data dot title. And now that I'm here, I'm going to make sure that this is required as well. Let's go to the next form input. This is going to be form data dot description and add the required. After that, the next one, this is going to be value form data. Which one is this? Date, and add the required. We have our time. So value form data dot time, and we make it required. After that, we're gonna have the location. This is like a little bit repetitive. I feel like I'm sensing that. So let me just try to go a little bit faster. So here we have value, and whenever I say faster, I usually just go slower. Attendee email, just make it required. and that's it. So we have created all of these. Now, where is our setter function for the next state of our hook? Where is that? We need to create a function that is called handle input change, and that's basically going to control the next state of the input. So here I'm going to say function handle input change. And for this one, the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to grab our event object. So I'm going to say react.change event. And on this change event, the first event that I'm going to add is going to be HTML input element. And we do have a description part as well, right? So for that, I'm going to have HTML text area element. There we go. So how do we make this actually generic? You might already know that whenever we want to take a look at the value for any input, that's basically available on something that's called an event object and on the target. So whenever we take a look at the target gives us actually two different things. It could give us a name and it will give us a value as well. So depending on the name of the input, we want to select its value. That's why I said before that this name is very, very important. So here I'm going to grab my setter function, and remember, I want this to be generic. So I'm going to grab the previous state of this form input, this form data, and depending on what the previous state is, I'm going to create an object, and within this, let me just put it within parentheses so there is no syntactical error. We're going to grab the previous state, and depending on what the name is, we're going to change the value for that. As I said, I want this to be generic. So whatever the name is, the name could be title, it could be description, it could be date, it could be time. We want to access the value of that name. And then we want to make sure that that is set as the next value for our state variable, which is this form data, dot title, description, or whatever that is. So when I say handle input change and I pass in this, I have this name title on there, this is going to be title, and this set form data is going to change the title for me. It's not going to change anything else for me. So this is how you create a generic useState setter function. So now that this part is done, let's move forward and let's try to submit this form. So on the form, I have an event, and that is called on submit. And whenever we want to submit this form, we're going to call a function that is going to be called handle submit. Now, there is a couple of things that I'm going to come back to, and one is the type of this use state, because I do want to type annotate this just to make sure that there are no errors when it comes to setting the variables. So when I say on submit, handle submit, this means there should be a button that has to have a type of submit that is going to submit our form for us. And we do have it right here. So I'm going to go to the top. Now we still have this handle and attendee. Let me just get rid of it so we get rid of the error. Let me create this handle submit. I'm going to close this function, and beneath it, I'm going to create another function that is going to say handle submit. Now, whenever we want to submit this form, what is it that we want to do? Well, the first thing that I want to do is add the correct syntax for the function. We're going to grab our event, because whenever we submit an event, submit a form, it tends to refresh the page. We don't want it to do that. So I'm going to grab the react.form event, and in here, let's do e.prevent default. And there we go. Now, whenever we want to submit this data, what is it that we are actually trying to do? Now, the way that I have created this app is all of the information is going to travel from our event create page. It's going to go to our context. The context is going to differentiate which method it is that we have called on it. And it is going to dispatch that specific information to our useReducer. And then useReducer is going to calculate the next state for us. And it is going to take a look at local storage as well. So if the entries are within the local storage already, it's going to retrieve all of those. That's the editing part, because we need to make sure that both of them work simultaneously. I can't have one useReducer for the editing part and another one for the creation part. Our reducers and our context, they should be generic as well. So they should refer to both parts of both states, whether that's the creation of a new event or the editing of an existing event. And then the useReducer, or basically our reducers, they're going to communicate with the local storage. So this is how the data is going to flow. Local storage is going to give them some data, if there is any. Otherwise, local storage is just going to give them nothing. And the data is going to go to our context, and from the context, it's going to travel back to our component, or we show it in the browser. So this is how it's going to go. But first, we need to send the data to our context. And I'm going to call this data event data. So what do we have when it comes to our event data? We have the title. And where is the data for this title? It is available on formData.title. Next up, we have our description. I don't have any autocomplete, so let me just go down. We have the description. Why don't I have autocomplete here? So description, for the description, I have the formData.description. And let me just copy paste the rest of them so I don't waste too much of your time. And let me just put all of that here. Let me save this. Now, what about the attendees? Let me add our attendees here as well. But for attendees, we're not going to take a look at our form data, because what we want to send is a list of our attendees. And then depending on how many attendees there are, we want to iterate over them and we want to show them here. So I am going to create, this is going to be an array for us, which we can iterate over later. But for now, let's just comment this out so there are no errors inside of our form. So next up, I am going to have to create some sort of a function that is going to be called on our context. So I could just call that add event, and this function is going to be responsible for capturing all of our event data. And after that, let's just navigate users back to the, whenever the user creates any event, the user is going to be navigated back to the home page. So I'm going to say navigate, and I'm going to pass in this /. Now for this navigate to work, we need to have our use navigate from React Router DOM. And on this use navigate, we have access to this navigate function. Let me initialize that as well. Let's save that. So here we have this add event. So let me go ahead and let me create my context, and we're going to basically move forward with our context. So here inside of the source, I'm going to create a new folder. I'm going to call it context. And let's create a new file. This is going to be event context.tsx. Let's hit enter. Let me close the app. So within here, what we want to do is we want to create a function that is going to basically have this name add event. We have already called it inside of our component. We need to create it here as well. So for this one, I'm going to say export default, export function event provider. Now, when it comes to our context, we need to make sure that the context is available for all of our components. And now you might be having this question, why are we using context? Well, context is the native way of handling state for any React application. And what I mean by handling state and native. Native is because it's not any external library. It's included within React. So it's an API that React gives you in order to talk with your application and to make sure you can handle the state. Now, why do we need it for state management? Is because whenever we're trying to work with React, we are going to work with changing data. And that's basically what state is. And if we want to make sure that our application works in harmony, so all the different parts, they know what the other parts have in store or what kind of data they have, all of that data should come from a central point. So if I give this data, like the input and the description and date, time, location, attendees, if I give this to different parts of the app individually, the other parts of the app will have no idea that these data, they exist. So what we need to do is we need to share the data so we can put it inside of our event list page. We can put it inside of the edit page. We can basically put it inside of the local storage. It should come from a central point. The central point could be our parent component, but then that's going to get out of hand very quickly. So that's why I'm directly jumping into context, and I'm showing you that the context is going to be our central point for all of the data that our application is going to receive. So all of that is going to be within the context, and that's why it's called an event provider. So it provides all of the utilities and the functions and all of that to our different components based on what each component is going to need. So the event create page, it's going to require some parts, some functionality from the context, but the edit page is going to require a little bit different. The event lists page is going to require different. The description, the details page for any event is going to be different. So this context should be generic. It should be created in a way that can handle all of these requirements. And as I'm moving forward with this app, you're going to see that more and more. You're going to have a better idea of what it is that I'm talking about. But for now, we're going to have this event provider because it's going to provide the event to all of our application, depending on which part any part of the app requires. And this is going to have one prop, which is going to be children. And whenever we get to the point where we consume this context, I'm going to explain to you what this children actually is. For now, I just want to type annotated. This is going to be children react node. You just put it there. So what do we want to do here? The first thing that I want to do is create a function that is called add event, lowercase the a. And what is the job of this function? Well, remember, this add event, it received our event data. So let's grab our event data. Now, what is the type of our event data? The type of this is going to be event. We haven't created this event type, right? So I'm just going to put this right here, and I'm going to come here. I'm going to create a new folder. I'm going to call it types. Now, this is going to be the type for all of our application. And since there is just one folder, I could just call that index.ts. So what is going to be the type of our app? Now, for you to actually see what type do we use, as we need to go to, we already have all of the info here. So let me go to this list. I don't have to go there either. So I'm going to go to inspect. From inspect, just make it like this. We're going to go to our application. Let me go a little bit bigger and go up. So here is our event planner events. This is the string on which we're going to store all of our data. But you need to see what the form of the data is going to look like. So we're going to have an array, and within the array, so far we have two objects. Why do we have two? Because we actually have two events. That's why there are two objects. Now, why an object? Because we have like a combination of key value. We have an ID, which is a key, and then we have like, here is the ID, and then here is the title. Here is the title. We have the location, ID, we have the time. So we have something and then a value for that thing. That's why it's an object. So this is the form, this is the blueprint of our data. But we need to define this so all of our events, they follow this structure. So we don't end up with something that's unpredictable. That's why I need to create these types here. And the first type that I'm going to create is all of these types. I'm going to export them. Interface, this is going to be called event. what kind of information do we have on any event? So on any event, the first thing that I have is an ID, which is going to be of type string. You've already seen that. The next thing is going to be title of type string. We're going to have a description of type string as well. We will have a date of type string, a type. Yes, these are going to be strings as well. Location of type string. And then on any event, we could have one email or we could have a combination of emails. So that's why I'm not going to say this is just one email. I'm going to say attendees, and this is going to be an attendee array. And let's create this type as well. So I'm going to come right here. I'm going to say export attendee interface. Attendee. I'm using interfaces because I'm trying to type annotate objects and I just like interfaces too much. For any attendee, we're going to have an email, which is going to be of type string for us. But then any attendee is going to have a status. And there are only a finite number of statuses or stati. So for any attendee, we could have like a union of literal types. We're going to have yes. And the next status could be no. And then after that, it could also be maybe. All right. So we have created these two. There is going to be like a couple more that we are going to create, but let's just pause for now here. I'm going to put this types right next to our event context, and I'm going to put the context there because we need to keep these two files open. So let's go back to our context, and in here, what do we want to do? We want to create a new event, right? Now, the first thing that I want to do is, let me just go ahead and import event. So I'm going to say import event from types. Very good. There is a typo here, function. Very good. Everything is looking cool. So we want to create a new event, right? So let's just create one. Const new event. And this is going to have a type of event as well. But what is this? Of course, this is going to be an object. Now, when we create a new event, we already have the data for that event, and we received it from our event data. So I'm going to spread all of that data here, right? And then there is something that we did not receive from that data. And you could just pause the video and think about what that is. We didn't receive any ID for this event. I know this attendees is here. We're going to come back to this. But what about our ID? How do we distinguish between two events? Well, this is where we actually create the ID. So I'm going to say crypto. We have crypto dot random universally unique identifier. And that's going to be our event. And now that I've created this, let's send this to our useReducer. So I'm going to say dispatch. And what do I want to send? I want to send something that is going to have some sort of a type, and it is going to have some sort of a payload as well. Now, when we talk about useReducer, the useReducer is going to accept a payload. The payload is basically the cargo or the data that the user has written within the input form. Remember, the context in this scenario is our central data manipulation point. This is where we manipulate the data. All of the methods are right here. But then the way we store data within our local storage, the middleman in there or the middleware in there, that's going to be our useReducer. And useReducer requires this keyword, which is called payload. This is something that you need to pass in for useReducer. And our payload is this new event. But what about the type? Now, again, we need to have these types so we can distinguish between different dispatches. So we're going to have one dispatch, which is going to create a new event. We're going to have one dispatch, which is going to delete an event. One for editing an event, or updating one for adding attendees, one for deleting attendees. So we should be able to differentiate between these types. This is going to be an add_event type. And now before moving forward to our reducer and creating that, I want to make sure that this context is working in a working state. So then we're going to jump into our reducer. Now, we have created this add event. We have sent all of the data to our useReducer, and useReducer is going to communicate with the local storage. But how are we going to make sure that this is actually what it is? This is a central point for our application. Well, this is a component, right? It says event context.tsx, and you can see the name is also a component. So it should return something, right? And what this is going to return is going to be our context. So we're going to grab our context and we're going to say context event context dot provider, and this is going to be have a closing tag as well. But the reason that we have this error is because we have not actually created our context yet. So I am going to go on top of there, and in here I'm going to grab this create context function, which is available on React, and this is going to give us the context. Now, what is the initial state for our context? Because whenever we're creating any context, it's going to require an initial state as well. Well, initial state, we don't know what that is, but that's not going to be always the case. It's either going to be undefined or it's going to be some sort of a context type. So I'm going to say event context type or undefined. And now let's just store this const event context. There we go. So what is this type? Let's just go ahead and create this type. So for the type, I'm going to go into types. Let me grab the name of this. This is event context type, export interface event context type. So the first thing that I'm going to add for this one is going to be state, because the context is going to calculate the state for us with the help of useReducer. All right, what is the state of this? I'm going to call this event state, and this event state is going to have everything that we have so far. So the way that I've created these types, this event type, as well as this attendee type, these two are combined together, right? But these two types, they have nothing in common with this event context type, even though they should have something in common. Because when we talk about event state, we're typically or technically talking about this event. So how do we make sure? Well, this interface is going to be the type that's going to combine all of them together. So it's going to be an interface in an event state. It's going to have just one thing in there, just one property, but the type of that is going to be an array of events. Remember, I just showed you that it's going to be one event, and that's going to be an array. Within the array, we're going to have a bunch of objects. And there we go. We have these objects within this array, and that's our event state type. And after that, I need to create this dispatch, a type for this one as well. And that's going to be react.dispatch. And I'm going to pass in a type here, which is going to be event action. And I'm going to come back to this as well. Event action. There we go. That's our dispatch. Now, after that, let me just save that. There we go. So after that, we have our add event, which requires a type. So what is the signature of our add event function? It has the name of this is add event, and it is going to have something. It's going to receive something that we're going to call event. But remember, the add event, it contains ID as well, but it doesn't receive ID. So we need to make sure that this type of ID is included within add event, but we need to also signify that we didn't receive it from the user. We created that within our context. So in here, I'm going to use this omit type that TypeScript gives us. It basically you provide it with an object, and then you provide it with a key, and then that key is going to be removed from the type of that object. So the object that I'm going to provide is going to be our event, but the key that I want to be removed from that object, because I didn't receive it from my user, I created that on my own. That's going to be ID. But at the end, what this function is going to return for us is going to be void. So let me jump into my context. Now, when I'm providing this context to different parts of the application, as I said, every part of the app is going to require something different. All of them are not going to accept all of the information. For example, when I'm taking a look at a list of my events, what am I going to do with add event? I don't want add event inside of this page. Or when I go to the event details page, I don't want to have add event. And when I go to the event edit page, I don't want to have access to this. And why is that? The reason for that is the more you share with different components that have no business having those functionalities, the more you're trying to break your application. Because the first thing is you're going to end up with repetitive code, because you're just going to add event within the component of, let's say, the home page, but you're not going to use it. So that's repetitive code. The second thing is you might use add event and you might break your application, because add event has nothing to do with your upcoming events list, right? And you might do something with add event that's going to break your application. So it's the kind of functionality that a component has no business having in the first place. So that's why we need to make sure that we don't share everything with all of the different departments of our application. So each department should have the data that is relevant to that department. And how do we make sure that we can do it? Well, we need to basically have this all in one point. So here what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a value, basically object. This is going to be an object for us, but the type of this is going to be event context type, event context type. And the first thing that this is going to share is going to be state. Now, state is something that we need to share with all of the application, because that's what's going to determine what the actual data is, what the actual data basically includes. The second thing is going to be dispatch. And the third thing that we have already created here is going to be our add event. Now, there are a couple of errors here. The first thing is that React doesn't know what the state is, and it doesn't know what this dispatch is, because context has no idea what these are. Context doesn't have access to this. So within this event provider function, I am going to create our useReducer hook. So let's just import that from React. useReducer hook is going to accept two things, and it is going to return two things. First off, let's talk about what it is going to return for us. So useReducer is going to return the next state, and the next state is basically the updated information that we show on the web page. That's our state. And this is going to give us a dispatch method as well. So the dispatch method sends the payload, all of the data, to useReducer. useReducer uses all of that data and it calculates the next state for us. So that's why useReducer gives us these two things. But what does useReducer accept? The first thing you could call it, the first thing that it accepts is the initial state. And I'm going to call it get initial state. And this is going to be a function for me. And then it's going to have to accept something with which it can calculate the next state. So dispatch sends all of the data to useReducer. useReducer should have a function, because whenever you are calculating something, you need to have a function. Or basically what it's called is a reducer function. And using that reducer function, it's going to reduce to the next state. It's going to calculate the next state for us. And I'm going to call that event reducer. So far, good, right? What happens to our get initial state? As I talked about it before, that's something that useReducer talks with our local storage. But the event reducer, this function, I could define it here. But then this event context is going to handle the reducing part as well as the context part. But I want to separate this logic. So we're going to create a different file and we're going to put our reducer in there. But for now, you know what this is, right? So these two errors are gone. We have two more, but we're going to get to those as well. So let's take a look at this. So it says type event data event void is not assignable to type event omit ID void. Okay, so we didn't say anywhere that when the add data function, it received the data, it didn't receive the ID as well. We defined that here, but we defined that as a type. You can see we type annotated this add event. So we type annotated that, but we didn't actually make sure that this add event doesn't receive that data. So what I can do is, where's my add event? Right here, I can just add the omit type. I could do the same thing. And I could say, okay, you don't receive the ID from the user. I give you the ID here. And now you can see the error is gone. So on this provider, we're going to have a property called value, and that's going to be the value that we just created. So now that we have created this context, there is something typical that we do with contexts, and that is we add a message with our context. We wrap our context with a message and with a hook. Because at the end of the day, this is going to calculate the state for us, so it should be a hook. And we could call it use event context. And this hook is going to accept a message. The message is that if, first off, let's define our context here. So context, I'm going to say let's grab use context hook from React, and I'm going to pass in the event context. There we go. So we basically say that from this function, we return context. But if the user doesn't, if any other developer doesn't use this use event context to wrap their application, then we need to throw some sort of a generic method, generic error. So we're going to say if context is undefined, then we're going to throw, this is just something typical that we write, throw new error, and we're going to say something context must be within something provider. So use event context, it could have any other name, must be within an event. I said something context within something provider. Something provider. There we go. So that's the typical way we go about this. Event context type. Let me take a look at my types. Oh, because there is this error that we need to handle. So let me just create this type. So I'm going to say export. For this one, since there is going to be like different dispatches and we're going to have some union types, I'm going to go with our type alias. That's better equipped for this kind of operation. I'm going to say type event action, and this is going to be either one of several types. So we're going to have an event action that's going to say add event. We're going to have one that's going to say delete event, update event, add attendee, so on and so forth. So the first one that we're going to have is, we have already defined it, add event. And if you're wondering where this is coming from, it's coming from here. This, and then we have this. We could, you know what, I could just copy this, put it right here, and then type annotate it. So the type is add event, the payload is the actual event. There we go. So far good. This, I believe this refers to our TS config. So let me just take a look at, oh, not this one, app.json. So here is, oh, this should be set to false. Let me just delete, close these files, and there we go, the error is gone. So what else do we have? We have this children that we have not actually used, that we should use that. So children comes right here. And as I said, I am going to come back to why is this called children. There we go. And then we have two. We have this event reducer, and then we have the initial state. First off, let's wrap our app with this context so we can explain what this children is. The children is basically a prop that is going to serve as a placeholder for whatever comes within some sort of a component. So this event context.provider that has a prop value, that is going to be, that's basically a component for us. And if we want to add children to this component, we need to have this children prop inside of there. So I'm going to go to our app.tsx. Why do we want to add children? Because as I said, this event context is going to be the central point for the entire state management of our app. So state management basically means data management. So it should surround the entire app as well. We did the same thing with our router provider, because routing surrounds, it works for the entire app. It should surround the entire app, and it did. And now event provider should do the same thing. So in here, what I can do is I can say event provider, there we go. It is available on context, event context. And this is going to have a closing tag as well. And within there, I'm just going to put my router. And the router provider is basically the child of that. And it consumed it. And now we have these two couple of errors. Let me import add event from here. Add event. Didn't we export that? We did export that, but we exported it using this hook, use event context. So where should I put that hook? Let me put it on the top. I'm going to say use context, use event context. And this hook basically has all of the info that we want on it. So const, we are going to grab state. As I said, we need to have state. And then we're going to have add event. And there we go. So let's save everything. What else is missing? We have this event data. And let's take a look at this. So there is a couple of things that are missing. So title, description, date, time, location is not assignable to parameter of type omit event ID. All right. And then we also have the attendees, which has been declared, but is declared but has not been used. So let me just comment in the attendees. And if I take a look at this, it says cannot find name attendees. So as I said, I would want to come back to this use state because I want to type annotate this. And the type annotation of this is very, very important for us. The type of this is going to be event form data. Let me just create it up above here. I'm going to say type event form data. Here is the type. And this is not going to include a couple of things. The first thing that it is not going to include is, let me just import that as well. The first thing that it's not going to include is going to be ID. And the second thing that's not going to include is going to be attendees. Because we are going to have a different method for handling attendees. Now, every method, when I create it inside of the context, every action provider, technically called, that's going to do something very, very specific. So the action provider that we have, which is called add event, is just going to add the event. It's not going to add any attendees. So even if you fill out the attendee and then you click on that event, it's just going to create the event. It's not going to add the attendee. In fact, let me show it to you. So I'm going to say 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, some sort of a date, some sort of a time, some place. But then I try to add an event here. So the email has already been added, but I don't click on add attendee. I click on create event. Create event is not going to add this attendee. It's just going to create the event because it should not be concerned with that. So as soon as I create it and I come here, you can see we don't have any attendees, even though we created all of that. We had the form input field, but we didn't click on the action responsible for it. So that's why this event form data is not going to have anything to do with our attendee. And then now it is going to ask us that, what about this attendee email? We could say this could be an intersection, and we could add our attendee email here as well. And the type of that is going to be string. So let's save that. And there we go. Very good, right? And let me take attendees. It basically says cannot find name attendees. So it has no idea that I've created attendees here, and I've omitted them from the event. And it shouldn't have any idea anyway, because I just said that I want to have this event object type, and I want to remove ID and attendees from it. I didn't say I want to add it. I said I want to remove it. So when it comes to this attendee, as I said, this doesn't have anything to do with our form. When we submit the form, we don't add the attendee. So the attendee is going to be a different state. It's going to be a different hook for us. So what I can do is I can just create that. So in here, I'm going to have my use state. Again, when we create the event, even though the email for attendees has been added, we don't do anything to it because that's a different state. That's not part of our form state. And as you saw that, it didn't work. So for this one, we're going to have something different. This is going to be an attendees. This is the type. So this is going to be an array of attendees. Or like this. Did I import it from our types? There we go. So it's not, the type is not attendees, it's attendee, individual. And what's going to be the initial state? The initial state is going to be an empty array, because this attendee is actually an array, because there could be one or more. And we want to, even though there is nothing or there is one, we want to iterate over that. And depending on whether or not there is anything, we want to show this message. So when we iterate over this array, we don't find anything, we show no attendees yet. If we find one thing, we're going to add that email here. So what is this going to give us? This is going to give us the attendees as well as set attendees. And let me just put the equality sign in there. Now that you know where attendees come from, what about this set attendees? Well, this is the function that's going to set a new attendee for us. But for now, we're just going to ignore this because we want to make sure that our app has the ability to add an event. We want to just hook everything up with the local storage and with a reducer just to make sure that it starts working. And then we're going to come back to our attendees. And to be able to do that, let's go ahead and let's create a reducer. So since I want all of the logic to be separate, I am going to create a different folder and I'm going to call it reducers. And let's create a new file. And this is going to be the event reducer.ts. Let's hit enter and collapse that. I'm going to put this right next to our context and I'm going to keep it there. So what do we want to do here? Well, remember we said that we have this event reducer that this useReducer hook accepts. So this event reducer is going to come into this file. So I'm just going to put that there. I'm going to say, okay, this is a function, and any reducer is going to take the current state and some sort of action. And using these two information, it's going to return the new state for us. It's going to take a look at our current state. It's going to take a look at our action, which we set a type for it. It's also going to take a look at our payload. Don't forget that one. And then based on all of these information, it's going to return the new state, which is new information or updated information that we want to show on the web page. So we want to export this as well. This event reducer, this is going to accept a state. Remember, this state is going to be event state. I just imported that as well. It's going to accept action, and the action type is going to be event action. And so far we just have one thing in there, and the type of that is add event here. There we go. So this is add event. Cool. So this is what this is going to accept. What this is going to return is going to be the event state for us. Very good. And now I'm going to create a variable and I'm going to call it updated events. I am going to updated events. I'm going to define this, but I'm not going to initialize it with any kind of value, but I'm going to give it a type. This is going to have a type of an array of events. So this updated events is the entire thing that we're talking about. Now, as I said, this reducer is going to talk about different things. It's going to accept how to add an event, how to delete an event, update, add attendee, update attendee. So all of this is going to be handled by this reducer. We're not going to have several different reducers. We're going to have one reducer for all of these different actions. So depending on what the action type is, we're going to do something different. So the first action type that we added was add event inside of our context. See? Add event. So let's handle that one first. I could have a series of if-else statements, or I could have a switch statement, which is the perfect use case here, which has the perfect use case here. So switch. The first case is going to be, let me get rid of the colon. It's going to be add underscore event. So if we receive any action from our context, and the context receives that action from the user. So user sends the action to the context, context dispatches that action right here, dispatches it here, basically transmits it or sends it here. If the action is add event, what do I want to do? Well, I want to grab my updated events array, and I want to take a look at what I have within there. So I'm going to spread the previous event, and then I'm going to take a look at my action payload. What did I receive as a payload? And I'm going to put that in there. And I want to send this updated events to my local storage as well. So I'm going to create a function that's going to be called save event, and I'm going to pass in my updated events in there. We're going to come to this. And after I've saved this inside of the local storage, I should send the updated events to my context. So the context sends it back to that component, and the component shows it on the web page so the user can see it. So I'm going to say return. Now I'm going to say, give me the previous state or whatever that is inside of the state. And then the events is going to be the updated events. All right. And now this is our very first case. But what if this is not the case? Well, we need to have a default case as well here. So default is going to be just return state. So if we accept something for which we don't have any kind of action type, we just return the default state. Or we don't accept anything, we don't receive anything in the dispatch, we just return the normal state. Now let's take a look at our errors. Type event is missing the following properties: bubbles, cancel bubble, cancelable, composed, and a team more. So type state, let me go to my types. This should be events. That's the first thing, because this event state, it contains all of the events, and all of them are an array of events. All right. Now here we need to, we didn't import this event. Let's just import it as well, save it. There we go. And now if I hover on this, it says property event doesn't exist. Did you mean events? Yes, I meant events. And there we go. So our reducer just has one problem, and that is the local storage that we need to go ahead and implement. And local storage is extremely simple. Let me implement that, and then everything is going to come together. So I could say utils. This is going to be part of utilities folder, and in there we're going to have local storage.ts. This is a normal TypeScript or JavaScript file. There we go. So here, the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to create a storage underscore key. Now, the storage key for the completed app was event planner underscore events. For this one, I could say planner underscore events, right? That could be my storage key. Now, let's create our function save event. Now, what did I call? I called it save event. I'm going to call it save events, right? So save events. This is going to accept our events, and our events, they have a type of event array. Let me just import that as well, so I don't make any more issues. So what do I want to do here? Basically, I have this local storage. As I said, this is very simple. And on there, I have the set item. I'm going to pass in my storage key. So this is the key that we're going to store our events as. And if we want to send anything to our local storage to store it, that should be in the form of JSON, basically JSON string. So we're going to say JSON.stringify, and I'm going to pass in my events. So that's our save event. But then we need to have our initial state as well. The initial state is not what the user sees on the web page. It's what's coming from the local storage. So if there are no events in the local storage, that's the initial state. If there are 10 events, that's the initial state. All right. So depending on what the local storage contains, we're going to have some sort of an initial state. So here I'm going to have export function get. Let me just copy paste the name so you know where this is coming from. Get initial state. This is going to have a type of event state. I just imported that as well. And what do we want to return? We basically want to return all of our events. And I'm going to create another function for this, and that's going to load the events for us. So let's go on top. And in here, I'm going to create load events. This is going to import all of the events for us. It's going to be an array of events. And the way that we get items from the local storage is we have local storage dot get item. You pass in your storage key, whatever that is, and then you get all of the items, and then you can store it within a variable. And I'm going to call it const events. Since this is JSON, I'm just going to say events JSON. And then if we have something within the local storage, we're going to return it. Otherwise, we want to return an empty array. Keep that in mind. If there is nothing within the local storage, we would want to return an empty array. So I'm going to say if events JSON has something, then return it. But if you return JSON, JavaScript is not going to be able to read it. So you need to parse it. So we have this parse method, and I'm going to pass in my events JSON. Otherwise, I'm going to return an empty array. And that's it. That's everything that I wanted to do inside of my local storage. So I'm just going to close that. Come right here, import this, save this, and then we need to import our reducer, and then we need to import our initial state as well. Let's save everything. So if I come right here, we still have like this state and this set attendees. Doesn't really matter. There we go. So this is our form. It doesn't have any styling. And you know what? I'm just going to pause the video, apply all the styles, and I'm going to come back and we're going to take a look at the way it works, whether or not it works. And there we go. I just implemented all of the styles here. So let's just reload the page. Let's go to the inspect just to see if there are any errors. We don't have any errors. That's a good thing. So in here, I'm going to say my new event. some text. Let me take a look at the description. What I could do for the description is just make sure this is a little bit taller, right? So I could say rows 4. Rows 4. The reason that it doesn't work is because it's an input. It should be a text area. Yeah. Very good. And for any text area, we don't have any type. This is much better. Very good. And I don't believe, yeah, we could add that. That's a nice touch. So some text for my party. And then I could have a date. I could have a time. I could have a place. I didn't handle this attendee, but it should have some placeholder on it. So let me just grab the placeholder. I just saw that. So here is, I could add the placeholder right here. Very good. So if I say create event, it says please fill out this form. I could get rid of the required because sometimes I create the event, I don't have any attendees, and then later on I add the attendees. I save it and hit enter, and there we go. So it created everything and we don't have any errors in the console. That's a very good thing. So let's go to our application. All right, let me just make this a little bit bigger. So we can see it's localhost 5173, and there we go. We got our planner event. It should be events, right? So let me just get rid of that. Where is our storage key? Utils, planner events. Let me save that. And let's try to create another event. My new event 1. And I could just pass in some description for. And what else do we have? Let's set a date, time, and a location as well. We didn't handle this attendees, and let's just create an event. There we go. We got our planner events, and there we go. We get 2 things. So I just deleted the storage key, but I didn't delete the actual event. Anyway, so we have 2 events here, and everything seems to be working fine so far. So the next step for us would be to basically retrieve all of the data from local storage and show it inside of this events list page. So for that, there is like a couple of things still the remaining that we should do here, like adding attendees, removing attendees, and all of that. But I'm going to come back to that when we just create this, go to our event edit page, and we're going to complete this one by one. So here is our events list page. And let's get started with this one. And the first thing that I want to do here is I want to take a look at my completed app. So if there were nothing inside of this, we would see a message. I could just delete all 3 of these. So let me just delete them. And let's see how this page actually works. So if there is no event, we are going to say, okay, no events yet. But if we create any event, we should show a list of that event. Now, let me go ahead and handle that. Now, for the markup, I'm going to create a section element. The section element is going to have an h1. This is going to be the title of our app. It's going to say upcoming events. And after that, we need to take a look at how many events we have. So where are the events? If I take a look at my event context, you can see we are actually exporting this state, which is coming from our useReducer hook. On the state, we have all of our events. So as soon as I come right here, I just open up parentheses. First off, we need to import that here. So I have this use event context. This hook, use event context, it allows us to consume our context. And on this hook, all of the methods and the state and the data that we have exported from our context, all of them are available on this. So the only thing that I want to grab here is the state. Now, why is that? Because this page, this list page, it doesn't have the functionality to delete an event, to add an event, or to add attendees, or do anything else. The only thing that it does is to display attendees. So I just want to have, to display events. So I just want to show that. And all of the events are on this state. So if I take a look at the state and I do the dot, you can see there is all of our events. Now, I could keep doing state.events, or I could destructure that. So I could say, give me the events from the state. There we go. So now events is going to be an array of however many events there are. So if I just hover on it, you can see it has an array. The type of this is an array of events. So here, if I just write events dot, we're going to see all of the methods that are available for arrays. Now I'm going to grab the length, because if we have more than one event, we want to show that. But if we don't have any event, we're not going to show that. So we could go either way. I could say if the length is 0, then show a simple paragraph element. And this paragraph is going to say no events. You could say events created yet, right? But what if there are events? Then we want to load those events as well. We want to load them. So if we have any kind of event, I am going to put all of them inside of this div. But the component that is going to be responsible for showing one event, that is going to be the component that we're going to use to display all of the events, because the structure of the markup is going to be the same. Now, what I could do is I could write the component right here. I could just add it within this div, or I could create it in a different file and call it in here, because this is the events list page component. But the actual card for any specific event, I could just separate it and make sure that it is reusable in the future as well. So I can come up with some sort of composability. So here I'm going to create, I will create a new component that will be called event card, and I'm going to import it right here. Now, to this event card, I'm going to pass a couple of things. The first thing is that which event it is that we want to show. Well, that is going to depend on the event ID. So here we go. That's our event ID. And then what is the event that we want to show? That is going to be the event object itself. So let me just pass in that there as well. Now, let's go ahead. Let's go to our components. And in here, I'm going to create event card.tsx. And this is going to, the first thing that I'm going to do here is this is going to basically export default function event card. And it's going to accept a couple of things for us. Now, I don't need to pass in the ID, but the only thing I can pass in is the event. So let me just select that. So the event is going to have a type of event, which I just imported as well. Let's collapse that, and there we go. So within here, we're going to return, let's say, event, just a simple string that is going to say event. Now, let me go to this file. So let's import this. Let's save everything. And let's see what the problem is. So here it says event is deprecated. So it's thinking like we are talking about something else, some other event. Now the problem here is, I hope you have found that out, what the problem is. The problem is that we're not iterating over our array. So our array has, it could have one item or more than that. We don't know. It doesn't matter if we know it or not. We just want to iterate over it. So when we get to this div, that means there is going to be one event or more than that. So the way we can show that is we need to iterate over our array. So for that, I'm going to say events.map. And for every individual event, I am going to display some sort of a component. And let's put this up. Let's save this. There is a warning here. That's because we didn't use this event. Now, if I come right here, let's go to our upcoming events, event. You can see it says event. The reason for this is because we didn't actually display the event here. I just put in this string. But if this was a paragraph that would say event, and then I would say like some event or just event, and now you can see there are two on top of one another. The reason for this is because inside of our local storage, we have two events. So that now that we have passed in the event to the child component, let's go ahead and let's show it. Now, instead of all of this, if we were to create a new event here, just a very simple one, very quickly, and this is going to be the location created. This entire thing is clickable. If you click on it, you're going to be redirected to the event details page. So this entire thing clickable, that means we're using some sort of a component that is responsible for the redirection. And we're going to use the link component that React Router Down gives us. And on this, we need to specify where the user wants to go. So there is a to property or attribute that we need to define. Now, depending on which card it is that the user clicks, where the user goes is going to be different. So this to attribute, the value that this requires, it has to be dynamic because every card is different. It has a different ID, and it is going to basically redirect user to a different place. Now, if you want the user to go to one place, then you can just pass in a string here. But I want this to be dynamic depending on the specific event that the user has clicked on. So I'm going to say, let's open up backticks. I'm going to have my event, and then depending on which event it is that the user has clicked on. So let's pass in the ID. Now, where do we get this ID for that specific event? Well, we already know that all of our information is available on this event that we have selected. So we can just destructure it. We have the ID on the event. We have, let me just put a const here. We have the title. Now we need all of that because we want to show all the information when it comes to one event here inside of this page. So we need to have all of the information. We're going to have description. There we go. We're going to have date, time, location, as well as the attendees. All right. So that's where the ID is coming from. So depending on which card or event it is that the user clicks on, you can see basically React Router generates an ID for us, and we use this ID as the ID of the card. And we're going to navigate user to that specific event, right? So what about the markup? There is going to be a div, and for the div, inside of the div, I'm going to add our title. There we go. And now if I come right here, we're going to see it says my new event and my new event 1, because these are the titles that I added. I could create a new event. I could say birthday party, and the description is going to be some description. The date could be whenever. Time could be this time. Location DC, and just create the event. There we go. You can see we have this birthday party. So that's our H2, and there is going to be a paragraph. Now, the reason that I have so many divs is because of the layouting of the website. That's just for layouting purposes. There is no other idea behind it. Outside of that, I'm going to have another div, and within there, we are going to have a paragraph. Paragraph is going to say calendar. We're going to import that from useReducer, and let's just pass in the date there. Save that. There we go. So you can see it's taking shape. We're going to have another paragraph. Within there, we're going to have clock. I just imported that as well, and I'm going to pass in time there. Let's save that. There we go. So we got the time as well. Next paragraph is going to be location. So I'm going to say map pin imported from Lucid React, and let's grab our location. Very good. And then we need to have how many attendees have actually confirmed that they are going to attend our event. So for that, that's going to be a paragraph. I am going to create this icon user. Let's just import that as well. And after that, we need to take a look at how many confirmed attendees we have. Now, the confirmed attendees, they are available on this attendee. So if I were to take a look at this attendees dot, this is an array, and I'm going to filter this depending on which attendee has said yes, depending on the status of any individual attendee. So for any individual attendee, we are only going to select the attendees whose status is equal to yes. If it is not equal to yes, that's not a confirmed attendee. So next step, let's store this within confirmed attendees. Initialize it as well. Very good. So we have this confirmed attendees, and I'm gonna iterate over that. So didn't I copy it? Just copy it, put it right here. So if the length of confirmed attendees is higher than 1, I am going to say 1 confirm. Let's pass in the question mark. This is the ternary. So I'm going to say 1 confirmed attendee. Otherwise, I am going to say, well, I don't know how many attendees there are. So if it is 0, I'm going to say 0 confirmed attendees. This is just for the grammatical part of English. Like if there is 1 attendee, I'm going to say 1 attendee. Like, let me just add it. 1 confirmed attendee. But if it is 0 attendees, I'm going to add the S. And if it is more than 1, I still need to add the S. So it's just for that semantic purposes. You can just skip this and you can just write however attendees there are, however many attendees there are. So in here, I'm going to pass in our template literal because we need to know how many attendees there are. So I'm going to say, this is going to give me the number of confirmed attendees. And I'm just going to say confirmed attendees. There we go. Save that. Let me take a look at this. And it says this comparison appears to be unintentional. This has a type of an array of attendee and number. So I could just say dot length. There we go. And that is going to solve it for us. So there we go. We have all of that there. We need to have our attendees here as well. But for now, I just want to pause the video and style all of this so we can see our cards better. And then we're going to handle how to add attendees. And there we go. So far, everything is styled. The next thing that I want to do is, if you remember, we didn't actually handle how to add attendees. And that's why we don't see anything here. But we know there are no attendees because there is an S at the end of it. So there are 2 cases. Either there is no attendee or there is more than 1 attendee. But we know that there are no attendees, so that's why there is an S. So the way that we're going to go about this is, first, I'm going to go back to our event form to handle how to add attendees. For now, I'm going to close this event list page. I'm going to keep this event card open. Let's first handle that in here so we can add it to our event when we create an event. And then we're going to show it on the event itself. So let me open up event create page. So here is our event create page. There is some refactoring that I would like to do here because on the page, what I've done is I've actually added this component. Now I want to take this outside of here. On the event create page, I just want to take it outside of here and put it inside of its own component, much like what I did for the event card. So the event card is a child component of the events list page, and I want this section element to be a child component of the event create page. That's what I want to do. So first off, I'm going to create a component and I'm going to call it event form, just to make sure that it is more readable, more composable, and more understandable. .tsx. And this is going to be export default function event form. I could call it event form. Form, and there we go. Let's just say, so we're going to select, let me see what I'm going to select from here. So I want to select all of this from here. But this event create, it is still going to have our, you know what? Let's just select everything. And then I'm going to tell you what this event create is going to end up with. So I'm going to put everything there. There we go. Now we need to extract all of the functionality as well. So we have this function that is going to handle submit. All of this, I'm just going to cut it and put it inside of, let me just collapse the sidebar, put it inside of here. Whoops. Let's just put it inside of there. There we go. So I'm going to collapse this function. We need to import our use state, import context, import navigate, and then we need to, you know what? What I can do is I can just cut all of the imports and put it right here. And we still don't have our event data. There we go. Let's just cut that. Put it right here. So now that the event create page is empty like this, I shouldn't have saved that. What we can do is we can actually see what we want to create here. So I'm going to create a section element. I could give this an h2. This is going to say create new event. And below this, I'm going to call my event form. And let's save it. That's it. So didn't I call this, what does it say? The J6 component amount of void is not assignable event form. So export default function event form. What seems to be the problem? Attendees, we don't have our set. Everything seems okay. We exported that well. These two things we have not used. Event form type void and some type React node promise React event form type void. It doesn't return anything. Oh, the reason for it is because I actually accidentally got rid of the return because it doesn't return anything. There we go. So now if I save it, what seems to be the problem now? Expected a comma. So rid of that. There we go. Perfect. And everything works here as well. Now there are just a couple of things that I want to apply on this section element. There we go. Let me save this. Let's go to our event create page so you can see what is actually happening. So here is our create new event. And then we're going to talk about this title as well. For now, let me just fix this. So let me copy that, put it on the H2 and save it. There we go. So it says create new event. If I come right here and it says the same thing, create new event. And in here, it says the same thing. Perhaps we could get rid of the second one right here, because if I were to edit any event, it says that twice, right? So we could get rid of this H2 here altogether. So if I come right here, it says create new event, event title, event description. I believe this is a little bit better. And I'm going to increase the gap to 8. So much better. So there is a little bit breathing space among these input elements. So let me collapse a few of these. We're going to keep some of them. So here, this attendee is the one that we're going to keep. So what is it that we want to do here? Well, we want to make sure that we can add attendees. I hope you're not getting confused. Just to recap what I did here. I didn't pay attention to this. I added all of the markup for the actual form inside of the page, but that's not how I want to go about it. So I want to have this page that is calling this child component, and then on the child component, I have all of the relevant markup and logic. I did the same thing for the events list page as well. So I have this, and it calls this event card, which is a different component. If you don't do this, the app is still going to work perfectly fine. This is just the way React works. It's better if you follow this practice. You separate components into different files, so it's easier for you to follow up with this app after 6 months or a year. And also, if someone else takes a look at this, they're going to know, okay, these are pages, and then these are components. All right. So when I say event create, I immediately go to the event form. When I say events list, I go to the event card. And even if I say event edit page, I still go to the event form. You can see it says event form. It doesn't say create or edit. It's just a generic name to point you to the right direction. So that's what I did. I didn't do anything else. I just refactored our code a little bit. So now that this part is done, let's go ahead and let's close this event create page. So what is it that I want to do here? Well, here is where we have the label for attendees. We have the input element to add an attendee, and then we have the button to add attendees with. All right, now in here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab my attendees, and as soon as I do the dot, it is going to show me all the methods because this is an array. I'm going to say if the length is higher than 0, then I want to render the following component. And what is it? What kind of component do I want to show up? So I'm going to have a div. Now, what is it that I'm trying to do? So let's see. I'm trying to create this part right here. So this is the part where it says added attendees. And then we have the emails for the attendees. We have this border. We have this, basically this delete icon. I want to add all of that. So I am going to have a paragraph that is going to say this text. So let me just copy it, put it right here so you know where that's coming from. I am going to have a UL that is going to list all of the attendees for me, right? Attendee emails. So I'm going to say attendees.map. And we're going to have one individual. Let me just select this. One individual attendee. And we're also going to have the index for that attendee as well. So here, let me just open up parentheses. There we go. So each time we show an attendee, that's going to be an li. The li is going to have a span element inside of it. Let me just give this a key because every li should be different. Now in this scenario, I can use the indices of my array for the li because this is such a small component. It doesn't matter if this is index. So as a best practice, the key should be something unique like a crypto random UUID thing. But in this very small component, I can just get rid of all of that. I can just use the indices that are generated by this map method, right? So inside of the span, I'm going to have the attendee dot. As soon as I do the dot, we can see the email. And after the email, I'm going to have a button that is going to have the ability to delete an attendee for us as well. So this is going to have the X icon, and I'm going to add classes later. All right. So on this button, let's do an on click, because buttons, the event on the buttons is clicking. So whenever I click this button, I want to run something. Now keep in mind, when I click the button, then I want to run something. So I need to call this function. And that function is going to be handle remove attend. Let me just type it correctly. Remove attendee. All right. And which attendee is it that I want to remove? Well, depending on which email it is, I want to remove that attendee. So this is the first function that we need to create, one of the functions that we need to create. Now, I don't want this button to accidentally submit the form, right? The giant form. So I'm going to say type of this is going to be button. Because if I don't add it, chances are it's going to, this button, the one with the X, this one, this might submit, this might do the same thing that this button does, create event, because it has a type of submit. I don't want it to do that. Let me just change the color of, which color should I use? I mean, is this okay? Let me just show it to you. Yeah, it's visible here and here as well. Cool. So this is going to be handle remove attendee, but then we need to have a button that is going to add an attendee for us as well. So here is that button. See, it says add attendee. So on this, I'm going to have another on click, and this on click is going to run a function for me. And you might be having a question as soon as I write the name of this function, handle add attendee, and I'm willing to answer that. So I just want to go over this point very quickly. So we have two on clicks. Both of them are on clicks. So both of them are event handlers. But for one of them, we did an anonymous function that runs this handle remove attendee. But for the other one, I didn't do an anonymous function. I simply passed the function to my on-click. But in here, I called this anonymous function. There we go. See, I called it. The reason for this is in both ways are almost similar and different at the same time. Now, the reason that I called this anonymous function is because this handle remove attendee, it has an argument. See, when you want to add an argument to a function, you need to have the correct function signature. You need to have parentheses. But for handle add attendee, I don't have any argument for the function. I don't pass any arguments to the function. So I can just call it like this, because onClick should receive a reference to the function. Because right now, as you can see, our web page, it's re-rendering extremely quickly. But if this onClick would have this parentheses inside of it, now keep in mind, you need to also know how functions run in JavaScript and in TypeScript. So functions run in this scenario, in this way. We have a name for a function that refers to that function. And then you have these pair of parentheses. The thing that calls or executes or invokes the function is the parentheses. So if you don't have the parentheses, the function is not going to run. So here you can see we clearly added the parentheses. Now, what is the problem? The problem is if I run this code on line 151, as React is re-rendering the page, it's going to keep calling this add attendee, and it's going to get very, very inefficient extremely quickly. All right. So do I want this function to run as React is re-rendering the page? No. I want it to run only when I click on this add attendee. That's why I get rid of the parentheses. So button references this function, and then we run it when I click on this button. And the same goes here. So if I were to remove this anonymous function, this would run every time the page re-renders. And the page re-renders like thousands of times. If you take a look at the re-render cycle of React, that's how React keeps track of changes. I don't want to talk about that. I do have a video on this series if you want to take a look at that. So what we want to do is when we say an anonymous function, we just prevent this handle remove attendee to be called thousands of times unnecessarily. So we say when I click on this button, then I want to run handle add attendee. And the problem comes just because we passed in something to the function. And if you want to pass something to the function, you need to have parentheses. And when you have parentheses, you are executing the function. That's why you need this anonymous function to prevent that function execution. All right. So I thought, okay, just go over this so you know how React works underneath. So when you see this, you're not confused. Okay, what is happening here? So all of this is done. It's time for us to actually handle attendee and handle remove attendee. Let's go ahead and the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to create this handle add attendee. Let's go to the top. We have handle input change. We have handle submit. I'm going to go beneath the submit. I'm going to create a function. Remember, it doesn't have any arguments, therefore no parameters. Now, where is the email address? Remember, we had this giant use state and we had this attendee email. So let's just select it from there. So I'm going to say const email. This is available on form data dot attendee email. So now that I have access to this, the first thing that I'm going to do is whether or not this attendee already exists. So if attendees dot sum, let's just select one attendee and denote it as A. If an attendee has an email that is equal to this email that I've selected that I've got from my input element of HTML, if both of them are the same thing, then what do I want to do? I just want to return from this function. I don't want to run it because this attendee already exists. I don't want to add it again. Now keep in mind, this is coming from our array of attendees, but this email, this is coming from the input element that the user has put inside of the form data. So the user writes here. So this is user input. This is our local storage. That's the difference between these two. Now, what if the attendee is a new attendee? Well, we need to have some sort of a method to basically add it to our local storage and show it on the page as well. Now, here is where we're going to create a different use state hook, but to just set our attendees for us. But as I'm looking at this, we have already created that. So I'm just going to copy it, put it right here, set attendees, and we're going to select the previous value just not to overwrite anything. Now, attendees are going to be an array. So I'm going to grab all the previous entries within that array, and I'm going to add a new entry within the array. So the new entry is going to have an email. Now keep in mind, for every attendee, we just have two things. We have an email for the types, remember? That's why we use TypeScript. TypeScript makes this extremely simple. So you don't have to get confused. Okay, did I have a title for an attendee or description or date, time, location? No, we just have an email and a status. That's it. So the email is this email that the user has put inside of the input. That's the email. But what about the status? Now you can change this behavior. I want whenever I add a new attendee for that to have a status of yes. You can add it as a maybe, and then you can switch it to yes. But the initial status for any new entry inside of my guest list is going to be yes. So this is going to add it. And then once I added the input, I added the email, I need to clear this input as well. You can see I'm adding, let's make this 6. As soon as I click on it, you can see this is empty now. So I'm going to select our set form data and let's grab the previous state of this. So for that, what I'm going to do is we're going to have this object. And we want to empty that. So I'm just going to, now this previous is going to have a couple of things on it. It's going to have a status and it's going to have an email, but we want to get rid of the email. So attendee email, I'm just going to set it to an empty string. There we go. So with this, we should be able to add an attendee to our event. And let's just say GOT watch party. And here I'm going to say some description, and I could just copy paste this several times. It could be on any date. Let's say on this time. Let me just say, yeah, this is better. Very good. in the city, and let's take a look at our email. So I cannot type anything, so there should be some problem. This is form data.attendee email. So here the type is email. On change handle input change, that's okay. Attendee email value, but then the ID is attendee email, and then the name is, oh, it should be the same thing, because take a look at this. So I just know what the problem is. Here we set handle input change. We grabbed the name and the value. So the name should be the same thing as this one. You can see the value is attendee email, but the name is attendee-email. So that's different. Let me just pass that here and here, and also to the HTML4. Save that, and there we go. Now I can type. That's good. So let's just add this guest 5. Let's add it, and there we go. We don't have any styles, but congratulations, you just added that. Let's take a look at the inspect. We don't have any errors. That's very, very cool, right? And yeah, we need to style it to look like this, but we have our attendee. So if I try to redo the same, re-add the same attendee, I cannot, but I can add a 6th guest, and there we go. So the next thing is for us to handle this removal of the attendee. So let me just say function handle remove attendee. This required an email that is going to have a type of string. And now how are we going to remove it? We basically going to do a filter method. The filter is going to keep the ones for which the Boolean condition is going to be true. All right. And the way we actually remove it is we do not return it in a new array that the filter method creates for us. So we keep the ones that we want to have, or the ones that we do not want to delete. And in the process, we discard the one email that we do not want to keep. And in other words, we delete it. So it's a little bit backwards, but this is how the filter method works. So I'm going to say previous, and this is going to be previous.filter, and it could be any attendee for which the email is not equal to the email that we want to delete. Now remember, this email that I passed in here, this is the email that the user clicks on the delete button for. So this is the one that the user wants to delete. If this is not equal to this email, then I want to keep it. It means this is not the target email. But if it is equal to this, I do not want to keep it, because the user doesn't want to keep it. The user wants to delete it. That's why this is a reverse logic. So you say false, but false refers to the ones that you want to keep. Usually false should refer to the one that you want to remove, but it's reverse. So false basically goes for the emails that we want to keep. All right. And if it is true, then that's the email that we want to delete, because that is our target. And let's save this. And if I click on this, there we go. And there we go. So let's add this, delete it, add it again, and add this one. So I'm going to delete number 6, and I'm going to delete number 5. See, it works. We have a couple of errors. Hello is not defined at onClick. Let me see what the problem is. So I'm going to add that. Let me remove it. That's a, okay, that was just a, what is that called? I just lost that was an artifact error, something like that. I just forgot the term for it. So anyway, we have our handle add attendee, we have our handle remove attendee. So we have been able to do this. But now what we need to do is we need to also make sure that this data goes to our local storage as well. So I'm going to create a new event. Let's call it 123, and description is going to be 123. The date is going to be on 30th of June on 12 p.m. and then 123, and then I'm going to say 123 at Gmail or at 123.123. Let's add the attendee. There we go. Let's create the event. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to jump into our application, and from there let's take a look at our planner. So what do we have here? So if I take a look at this, there we go. So we have our title, which is 123, time, the location, everything is 123, and there we go. We got our attendee, and initially the status is yes. So why is this inside of the local storage? The reason that it is inside of the local storage is because we have already handled this. So let me just put it there, close that. If I come right here, well, I don't have to even go there. You can see we send the attendee email, we store it inside of our form data, and we handle that inside of our handle submit. There we go. You can see we have this attendees array. So we have already handled that. We don't have to worry about it anymore. But if we want to use it somewhere else, then we need to make sure that context has access to it. So context can actually share it with any other component that wants to use this data, right? So for now, there is one more thing that I want to do when it comes to this event form, and that is if I go to this page and if I don't want to create any form, any kind of event, this cancel should be clickable. I should be able to handle this. So first off, let's see on which element I want to put it. It's this one. And I'm going to say on click. And again, it should be either an anonymous function calling this method, this handle cancel, or it should be without the execution, which is without the parentheses. Otherwise, React is going to keep canceling this form for us, right? And that's not something that we want. So if I come right here below this function, I'm going to add that. I'm going to say function handle cancel. It's extremely simple. We have our navigate. Now, whenever the user doesn't want to create anything like this, so the user is there, doesn't want to create cancel, you go to the main page. So you just navigate to the home page. That's it. So if I just click on cancel, I get navigated to my home page. And I believe that's it for this event form. I need to go ahead and make sure that we can see all of the attendees that we added. So we know that this has like one confirmed attendee. This also has one. These do not have. So we need to iterate over attendees within this event card to show all of the attendees here as well. And to be able to show all of the attendees, we need to have some sort of an HTML container. So if I were to just show you how the attendees are going to look like, let's just add one at gmail.com. And as soon as I add this, let's go to the events list page. There we go. Now, if I were to right click on this and go to inspect, so if I take a look at this, you can see this entire thing is actually a div. Let me just show it to you like this. So within that div, we have one title that is going to basically say attendees, and then each attendee is going to be one paragraph. Within the paragraph, there are two spans. One span belongs to the status of the attendee. If the attendee says yes, that's going to be green. If the attendee says no, that's going to be a reddish. If the attendee is not sure, then that's going to be yellowish. And then we're going to have the email for that attendee. And that's it. This is how we're going to go about it. But if we have more than 3 attendees, there is going to be one more element after this paragraph showing how many more attendees there are. Now that you know how what the structure is and how it's going to look like, I'm going to collapse this div. This is the div that is responsible for showing the date, the time, location, as well as how many confirmed attendees there are. And this is the title of this event. So outside of the second div, I'm going to take a look at the length of our attendees. If the length is higher than 0, then we want to show the following HTML. So we have the div, and then I am going to grab my attendees. Now, I want to show only the first 3 emails. So I'm going to say slice, give me the first index up to, but not including the third one. And then I'm going to do a map on it. And inside of the map, we can get the individual attendee email as well as the index. So what do I want to do here? Now, within here, we want to generate a paragraph. Within the paragraph, we're going to have one span for the status and another one for the actual email. So this is going to be span. For the email one, we can just say attendee.email. There we go. But the span is going to be a little bit different. And so for this span, I'm not going to have anything inside of the content, but everything is going to be inside the actual class. So since I want to implement these classes dynamically, I'm going to open a backticks within curly braces because I want to do something programmatic. So here, there are a couple of classes that I wanted to be unique, that I wanted to be shared for all statuses. And that's the size of the circle as well as the roundedness of the circle. So it's going to be rounded full. There we go. Now, after this, what I want to do is, depending on the status, I'm going to implement some sort of a background color for this one. So I'm going to say, let me select the attendee status. And for that, I'm going to do our template literal. I'm going to say if the attendee.status is equal to yes, that means I want to show some sort of a green background color. So let me just, this is BG green 400. Now, what if the attendee status is not yes? If the attendee status is not yes, I'm going to do one more if here. I'm going to say if the attendee.status is equal to no, then I want to show a red. So this is going to be BG red 400, the same shade. And finally, if it is neither of those, then it means the status should be yellow, right? And this is going to be BG yellow 400. There we go. Save that. And perfect. Let's come right here. And we need to complete this. So here we have the email. There we go. So we got the guest 5. Let me just inspect this. Take a look at the console. Okay, that I know I could just do a key is, and in here key equal to index, that is going to be okay. So you don't have to worry about it. And let me take a look at the elements. Just make this window a little bit bigger. So we have our emails. We can see the emails are showing up here. If I take a look at this, we have this paragraph. We have the span, rounded full BG green 400. Now let me take a look at the completed app. Let's see what is the difference. So it's the same thing. We have size 3, rounded full, BG green 400. Class, yeah, it's practically the same thing. And I'm not sure why we don't see it. Let's just complete the styles, and then if we still don't see it, we're going to fix that. So here, this paragraph is going to end. And outside of this, I need to take a look at if there is more than 3 attendees, then what I'm going to do. So does any of these, I think none of these, they have more than 3 attendees. But anyway, let's try to implement this. This is going to be easy. So attendees.length is higher than 3. And only in that scenario, we're going to show the following HTML. This is going to be a span. And this basically going to say plus the number of attendees. So attendees within the curly braces, attendees.length minus 3. Minus 3 is because we already showed the first 3. So minus 3, we just take a look at whatever comes after the 3. So however more there are if we subtract 3 from that. Let's save this. And now we can see none of them have it. So let's just create a new event to check the email or attendee list 1, 2, 3. We don't really care about this. It's just some test. And there, so I'm gonna have guest 5 and I'm gonna have guest 6. Let's add guest 51. Let's add guest 61. Let's add guest, what else should I add? So let me add guest 55. Let me delete that. And let's add guest 66 and add it, create the event. So if I come down here, right here it says object. Let me first take a look at that, what's wrong here. So we did confirmed attendees length. Let me, you know what, instead of repeating myself so many times, I could just cut the length and put it at the end of this array. Save that, and there we go. So we got 1 confirmed attendee, 1, 0, 0, 0. And for the last one, we got 6 confirmed attendees. There we go. So this part is done. I'm going to pause the video. I'm going to implement on the styles, all the styles, and I'm going to come back. And there we go. As soon as I implemented the styles, the circles came back. But for now, we don't have any way to actually change the event details after we have created the event. So if I want to take a look at whether or not an event has, whether or not we can change the status of any attendee, we need to implement that page before we can do that. So there we go. Very good. And I noticed there is something else that I have not styled, and that is this part. So I am going to style this first, pause the video, and then we're going to jump into our event details page and we're going to create that. And there we go. This part is also done. Very good. So now let me click on our final event. This seemed to have too many emails. And let's get rid of this event card. I'm going to get rid of this event form as well. Let's come here. So the page that's responsible for it is this page, event details page. And much like before, I don't want to directly create the component inside of this page. So the job of this page is to actually show a child component in which we're going to handle all the logic for our individual event details. Now, when I'm talking about individual event details, we need to distinguish which event it is that we're talking about. Now, remember, we implemented the ID using our React router DOM, and here is the ID right here. So if you take a look at the URL of your website, of this app, there we go. The ID is right there. So this alphanumeric sequence of characters, this refers to this unique event that I've clicked on. So I have the ID right here. How can I select this and based on this ID, show the correct event details? How can I do that? Well, this is extremely simple because we have this useParams hook that React Router gives us. The reason that it's called useParams is because that is a URL parameter. The ID that we're trying to select from React Router is actually called a URL parameter. So it is fitting to use a hook that's called useParams in order to use one of the parameters. And this is going to give us a ton of stuff. We just want to get an ID from there. There we go. I just destructured that, and we need to select the state here as well. So I'm going to say use context, use event context. I just imported that as well. And this is going to give us the most important part, which is the state. And let me initialize that one as well. So we need to send the specific event that we have gotten the ID for from our useParams to our child component. And in order to find that event, we first have to go into our state and then to events. This is going to be an array, so we can just do the find method. So we want to find an event whose ID, so this event's ID should be equal to the ID that we have received from React Router, that we have received from the URL. And we have stored that inside of this ID. So, oh, well, I need to store this somewhere. And I'm just going to store it in a variable, which is called event. There we go. Save this. And we need to return something from our component as well. So we are going to create a component that is going to be called event details, and we're going to pass in a prop. And the prop is the event object. Let me do it like that. There we go. So this page is not found because we have not actually created this component. Let me just come right here and tsx. We're going to do export default function, the name of the component, and then let's just return the event you are looking for. Save that, and now I need to import it here as well. And there we go. So the event you're looking for, we have passed in that event. Now let's move forward. Let's complete the other parts of this component. So I'm going to cut this. I'm actually going to create a section element. There is going to be an h1 that is going to say event. Well, I could say h2 because we have already used our h1. Could say event details. And then we're going to have this component right there. So event details, the event you're looking for. Let me implement the classes for this, and we're going to wrap this component up, and we're going to go into its child component. Let's just put the classes here as well. There we go. So we got our event details. Now, let me move on to the child component. And so here, what we need to do is, well, we need to basically come up with the HTML first. So for that, well, first I need to accept the event. So this is going to be an event. The type of this is going to be equal to the big event that we have. And I just imported that as well. So inside of the return, I am going to have basically the details for the event. So I'm going to open up React fragments. I'm going to have a div. Within the div, I'm going to have another one, again, just for layouting purposes. And within here, we're going to have an h2 that is going to say title. And then we need to select all of these as well. So we have already done this. And we can just have our event. We can select it, all of these information on there. So we can have the ID. Let me initialize this. So we have the ID. We have the title, we have the description, date, time, location, as well as the attendees. Very good. So now that you know where that's coming from, let's move forward with this. So after the h2, I am going to have another div here. Within this div, I am going to create one button that is going to have this edit icon. And that's it. There's going to be another button that is going to have the trash icon. So trash 2 icon. Let's save everything. There we go. So what is it that I'm actually trying to do? I am actually trying to recreate this page. You can see the reason that I have a lot of divs is because it changes. Well, it doesn't change layouts, but I do have to provide different spacing and different arrangements for the content. That's why I am having a lot of divs here. Now, let's get out of this div and let's jump into the next one. Now, the next one, we have all of this info. And we have already done something like this. And where was that? It was the event card, right? It was this. So we have the calendar, we have the date, and then we have the time, the location, as well as this one. So what I can do is I can simply just copy this div. It's this page. We don't need to do anything else. Let's put that here. And I need to import the calendar, import the clock, the map pin, import the users. Here I'm going to import users. We do need to have our confirmed attendees. So how did we do that? There we go. This is our confirmed attendees. I don't have to implement that logic again, right? And let's put that there. What else is missing? So here, let me just save everything. It doesn't rearrange it. And this div ends there. We basically need to have a closing tag for one div. There we go. So if I come right here, you can see we have the date, the time, the location, and the number of confirmed attendees. All of that is right here. The styles are the same, so you don't have to worry about that either. Now, let's move forward. I'm going to get out of that div. I'm going to create another div. This is going to be for the description. So we are right here, the description, and then the attendee. And then we have another form here as well. So here I'm going to have an H2. This is going to say description, and then a paragraph that is basically going to show description for us. Let me come right here. There we go. So the description is just 1, 2, 3 for now. I'm going to get out of there, another div, and within here we're going to have an input, and this is going to have a type of email. Value is going to be, now the value is going to be a new attendee that we want to add. We don't know what this variable is. I'm going to create it. Since this is an input element, we're going to have an on change, and whenever we call the on change, we basically run or invoke a function that is going to say set new attendee. And by now you can see that this is actually a state setter function, and new attendee is actually a state variable. And if I want to pass the value of this input, the value is available on e.target.value. There we go. And I saved it just to rearrange it, but then since we don't have the state event, it's just going to throw an error. And before moving forward, let's go ahead and let's specify this. So since this is a state, I could just go on top. This is going to be a useState hook. And the initial value for setting an attendee, that's going to be equal to an empty string. But it is going to be an empty string, so we know that whatever comes in there, that's going to be a string. So that's going to be a state setter variable, and this is going to be our state setter function. There we go, and we can see all of that here. And now that I'm here, I'm going to create one useState event for the delete box. So if I click on this delete, you can see we have this pop-up which changes the UI, so I need to have some sort of a useState for that as well. And I'm going to have a useState. The initial state for this one, since this is either we show it or not, I could go Boolean, and initially it's going to be set to false. But then I am going to say show delete confirmation. Yeah, it is a little bit longer, or confirm. Show delete confirm. I could just say show delete confirm and set show delete confirm. And we are also going to have another useState, because if I try to add an email that has already been added, I'm going to see this message. And this is something that I change in the UI, which goes away. So I'm just going to have one useState for that one as well. So this is going to be our useState. And initially it will be set to false. What is the state setter variable? Basically, this is going to be duplicate error. Let me just copy this. It's going to be set show duplicate. Very good. And there are two arrays there. Let me just get rid of that. Very good. So now let's come down and let's move forward with our markup. So what else do I have? After the input element, I have one button. this button is going to have, since I don't have any other form, I don't need to specify a type of button on it, but this will have an on-click event listener, which is going to handle what for us? When I click this, this is going to handle add attendee, which we are going to create momentarily. And this is going to say add attendee. And then the duplicate error is going to be still within this div. So if show duplicate error is set to true, then I want to render this component, this HTML. And what is this? This is going to say this, or let me just click on it and now copy the text. Just put it right there. Save it, and there we go. Now, after this, we have this list of attendees. And for that, I'm going to get out of this div. And let me just check my markup. So here I have this div. Let me collapse everything because I don't want to make any mistakes. So this big div, it has 4 children. And let me just confirm it with my notes. And yeah, it seems to be correct. Very good. So I am still within this big div right here. And in here, we're going to show the list of the attendees. So I'm going to say attendees.length. If the attendees.length is greater than 0, then I'm going to show this. Otherwise, I'm going to show something else. And that something else is basically a paragraph that is going to say, let me just create it. There we go. This is going to say no attendees added yet. This is just what the paragraph is going to say. So here, what is this? This is going to be this entire thing. And there we go. So all of this, so if I add, let's say 12 and add the attendee, you can see it just keeps on adding that. And it is going to be responsive because we're going to have this horizontal scroll bar, which I always advise against in my HTML CSS courses. But this is that one scenario where you can allow it, right? There we go. So in here, the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to create a div. Within the div, I'm going to have a table because that is going to be a table. Table is going to have a T head or thed. Within the T head, we're going to have rows. So for the first row, we're going to have several headings. The first heading is going to say email. The second one is going to say status. And after that, it is going to say actions, right? And then I'm going to get out of this thed. I'm going to go to T body. And within the T body, we're going to basically show all of the content. But now, do I want to hard code the emails and the statuses and the actions? No. I want to show the stati or the statuses and the actions and the emails as they are inside of the local story. So I already have that, and they're all within this attendees, and I'm going to do a map on it. So attendees.map, and in this iteration, we want to get every individual attendee as well as the index for that attendee. So in here, we're going to have one table row, and then this table row will be repeated. So for this one, we're going to add the key is going to be equal to the index. For the first table data, we're going to have the attendee email. So let me just grab attendee.email. And after that, I'm going to create another TD. In this TD, we're going to have the attendee status. So I'm going to put that inside of a span element. And this is going to say attendee. I'm going to add the classes later. .status. Let's get out of the second TD. Let's jump into the third one. Now, the third one is a series of actions. So we need to have some sort of a div in here as well. So this div is going to have a child. That's going to be a button. This button is going to have an on, click on it. What is the on click? So whenever I click on any of these buttons, on any of these, this is going to change the status. So the on click is going to be basically referring to handle change status. I am writing the functions here so you know where they go, but then we're going to define them later. I'm going to go one level. I'm going to zoom this out one level so you can see all of the structure better. So handle change status. And what do we want to say? Okay, so for the first button is going to be yes. And when the user clicks on it, I want to change the I want to grab the attendee email responsible for this action, and I want to set the status to yes, because if the user clicks on yes, that means the user wants to change the status to yes. And then I could just copy this button down below, and then for the no, we're going to change the status to no. And one more time, this is going to be maybe, and this is going to say maybe. And when it comes to the actual colors, I'm going to implement them after I pause the video. So there we go. Everything seems to be all right. Let's save that. It rearranges that way better. And what else do I need to add here? So I've added all of this. Let's add this confirmation dialog box as well. So for that, I'm going to get out of this big div that I've created. So let me collapse that. And in here, I'm going to show our confirm dialog. And this is going to be if the show delete confirm is set to true, only in that scenario, I want to show the following component. And the following component is extremely simple. We're going to have one div, another div, and then another div. Within this div, we're going to have an h3. The h3 is going to say delete event. Now this event is in the middle of the page. It is on top of the other elements. That's why I needed to have several divs in there. And then let's go out of there. We're going to have one button that is going to show this X for us. And after that, I'm going to get out of this div. I am going to create a paragraph that is going to basically contain this text, right? So paragraph, let me just copy this, put it inside of the paragraph. And after the question mark, I'm going to use this page break HTML element. This is a very little cool element that we can use in order to break two lines. Let's add another div. Why is this yelling at me? What is wrong here? So which part it is? 141. We have that. So it starts here. And then this one, it doesn't have any parents. So let me get rid of it. Save that. There we go. Everything is okay. And there we go. So we created the paragraph. And I'm going to create another div because there are, come on, buddy, there are two buttons. Let me zoom this in so you can see that better. We're going to have one button. This button is going to say cancel. And we're going to have another button. This button is going to say delete. On the cancel, on both the buttons, we're going to have event listeners. On this one, we're going to get rid of this model. So we're going to basically set the status back to false. So here, I am going to run a state setter function that is going to set the show, not duplicate error, set show delete. Confirm, and it is going to set it to false. So as soon as I click this, the use state is going to set it back to false, and it's going to get rid of this entire HTML div that we have created. Because we only show this div, this pop-up, this model, once the show delete confirm is set to true. If this is set to false, which we do it using the cancel button, this means we are no longer going to render this HTML. And for the delete, we're going to handle the delete event. So on click, let's run a function. Now we can just call it, since it doesn't have any arguments, we can just say handle delete event, which we're going to create. All right, so far we're done with all of our HTML. The logic is still remaining, but before jumping into the logic, I want to add all of the styles because there was just a ton of them here. So I'm going to pause the video, implement the styles, and then we're going to jump into the logic. And there we go. All the styles are applied. Of course, we don't see anything because there was just a ton of content, a ton of logic that we need to implement in order for everything to start working. So where do I actually start? We have 7 errors here. So we need to have our handle at attendee. Let's just start with this one, handle at attendee. So let me just go down. We have this handle delete event. We need to handle that as well. But for now, let's just start with this one. So we have this function that's called handle at attendee. And the job of this function is to add an attendee to this list, to this event for us. Let me just get rid of it. So we're talking about this, this button right here, add attendee. So within this function, what I want to do is I want to check if this attendee already exists. So I'm going to say attendee exists, like that. And then we're going to grab our attendees and we're going to take a look at one of the attendees. I'm just going to shorten it to A. So if a.email is equal to our new attendee that we have, then it means that this attendee exists. If attendee exists, then what do I want to do? Well, I want to show the duplicate error, right? So I'm going to set the status of that to true, right? True. And then I want to add a set timeout, just a timeout of 3 seconds for it. And within the set timeout, I'm going to get rid of the set show duplicate error. And I'm going to set it to false. And then I'm going to get rid of it, right? So show, oh, this is, this should be set show duplicate error. There we go. Just a typo. So I take a look at my attendee array. If this email exists, then I want to show that message. But what if the attendee is a new attendee? Well, in that scenario, I'm going to call a new function that I'm going to call add attendee, and I'm going to pass in the event ID in there, and I'm going to pass in my new attendee in there as well. And then I'm going to clear out the form. So whenever I add a new attendee, I'm going to clear out the form. The form is going to be empty. There we go. So what is this add attendee? This is something that we need to add to our context. But first, I need to grab my use event context. And on this one, we have this object. So on this one, we have several methods that we have not actually created. But this add attendee is going to come. Let me just put it right there so you know where this is coming from. Const. And now it's time for us to jump to our event context and to actually handle this. So if I go to my event context, I have this add event. I'm going to close that. And after the add event, I'm going to have another function that's going to say add. Is it lowercase a or uppercase a? Should be lowercase, right? Let me just copy that, put it right here. Now, what did we send or what did we add as a argument to this function? What did we pass in as argument? We passed in an event ID, which we said, okay, it has a type of string, and we passed in the email, which is a type of string as well. Now, we want to add a new attendee. So I'm going to create const attendee has a type of attendee, which we have already created. There we go. And I'm going to grab the email and I'm going to grab the status. Now remember, initially I want the status to be yes. So this is the default status. And there we go. Now we need to dispatch this to our reducer as well. But let me just add this equality sign. I forgot to do that. There we go. So we're going to grab the dispatch. You already know how this works. We have already done this a while back, but I'm sure you still remember. So what type is this? This is going to be a type of, let me add it like that. So this is going to have a type of add underscore attendee. And then what do we want to send? The payload is going to be the event and the attendee itself. So it's going to be the event ID as well as the attendee. This mistyped attendee. There we go. So dispatch, let me take a look at this, type it in assignable type add event. Let me save this. So we have added that here. We need to pay attention to this. We need to basically handle this inside of our types as well. So I'm going to go into our types and what do we have? So we have this one type. I'm going to add another union and there is going to be another type in there as well. So just put it there. The type of this is going to be add attendee and the payload is going to be an object. So the object is going to have an event ID that has a type of string, and then we're going to have an attendee that is going to have a type of attendee. Let's save that, and there we go. So far, that's okay. Everything here works as well, and we need to basically send it, add the value here, so we can start consuming this. And let's add it there. Add attendee. What is this saying? I don't want to specify add attendee does not have an event context type. Now we need to go back to our types. We need to add the attendee here. And within the types, the only thing that we need to do is specify the signature for this. So the signature is going to say we have this event ID, which is going to be of type string. So this is what the function signature is going to look like. It's going to have an event ID with the type of string. It's going to have an email with the type of string. But what is the function going to return? It's going to return void. Well, nothing. So if I come right here, save it, everything is okay. And there we go. We got that, and we're already down to from 7 errors to 2 errors. There we go. It is still not going, oh, it shows. That's very good. I was like, it's still not going to show it, but it does. So if I click on these, you can see the styles have been applied. All the attendees are confirmed. That's why it says 6. And since I don't have any like handling functions, function handlers, none of these actually work. But it's nice to see our UI come back, right? We need to basically make sure this click works. This delete button, it should show the pop-up. And yeah, so let me start from the top. The first one that I'm going to implement next is going to be our this edit button. So whenever I click on this edit, we are here, right here. So I'm going to say on click, I'm going to say handle event edit. Now, this is going to be a rather simple one because we have already created the form for this one. So the only thing that we need to do is we need to navigate the users to that form, to that event form. So I am going to come right here, create a function. This is going to be handle event edit or edit event, doesn't matter. And in here, I'm going to navigate the users to somewhere. Well, this depends on where, which event it is. So I cannot hard code this, but I can say, go to the ID of this event. So the way that I'm distinguishing between different events, because remember, we are within a different route here. We are within the /event route. And when I click the edit, it should go /edit route. We go to a different route. And now let me define this navigate as well. So top level, we could have our use navigate selected from React Router DOM. It gives us this navigate and initialize that as well. So let's save it. And now you can see we have 4 errors. Now if I click on this, it goes to the event edit page, which we have not created. Since I don't want to digress, I'm going to come back, but we can see this navigation works perfectly fine. We're going to create that. That's going to be a simple page for us. So we have handled this handle event edit or edit event. And next up, let's click on this trash icon and show that pop-up. So on this one, I am going to have an on click, and this on click is going to show delete confirmation, but I want this to run this function for me. And the reason that I want it is because this setter function, show the delete confirm, this is going to have an argument. And whenever a function receives an argument, you need to execute the function as well. And when on click, you want to execute a function, it should be a callback function. It should be executed as a callback function. So there we go. Now, we have this. So if I click on this, show delete confirm. Let me go back. Let's go there. Reload the page. Go to inspect. Let's see what the problem is. So if I click on this, it says handle delete event is not defined. Handle delete event is not defined. Handle delete event. Handle change status is also not defined. We could just comment out this on click. Comment out this on click. What else is missing? Change status. This one. And this one. So refresh the page. And now, there we go. We see our delete. Now, if I click on this cross, it should cancel it. It doesn't. But if I click on this cancel, you can see it works. So I need to do the same thing with this cross as well. This on click should be on the cross. Set show delete confirm. Let's put it on this X and save it. Now, if I click the X, the pop-up goes away. So this cancel button as well as the X, both of them do the same thing. They change the status, and by doing so, they basically get rid of the HTML elements responsible for displaying that. Now, I should be able to have this delete functionality work as well. So far, you can see it doesn't work. So the next one is going to be our handle delete event. So let me just copy the name. Let's go to the top. Let's put the function right here. And there we go. Now, the way we're going to delete an event is going to be like this. So once I delete it, I get rid of all of this event and I move the user to the home page because there is no more event for the user to be able to see. So here I'm going to call a method or a function that's going to be handle or basically delete event. I'm going to pass in that specific ID in there, and then I'm going to navigate the navigate users to the home page. Now, this comes from our context. Where is our context? So add, and the next one is delete. Let me go to my context, and within the context, I'm going to get rid of that. So here, this is going to be a function delete event. Now, this is extremely simple. We just dispatch something that specifies that this was deleted. So I could call this delete _ event, and the payload is going to be the ID. Now, why don't we do anything else? Because we are deleting it. So once we delete it, there is nothing to do anyway. Let me put that there. And first, let me jump into the types. So here, I'm going to add another type. This is going to be delete underscore event. And then the payload is going to be ID, right? It's going to be ID, but the ID has a type of string. So I can just pass in payload is string. And it is going to work. Can I put it on one line? So it looks like other ones as well. Yeah, apparently I can. Now that I'm here, I'm going to fix this delete event here as well. Pass in delete event. It doesn't have anything, so it doesn't accept anything. And this function, if I just come to here, we can see we passed the ID. So we need to accept the ID here as well. We accept the ID, which is a type of string. And in here, this accepts an ID, has a type of string, but it returns void. Very good. We sent that. Let's, there we go. This part is done as well. And let's move on to our reducer. I actually forgot to implement the adding of attendees because we need to basically implement all of them here. So let me get out of this case. We're going to have case. This case is going to be add attendee. If this is the case, now first I'm going to add this attendee and then we're going to implement the deletion of the event. But I'm going to add this case, the case for that one as well, so I don't forget it again. That was delete underscore event. Now, let me just make this smaller. Let's go outside of this because for deletion of an attendee, deletion of an event, I want to delete this, one of these events. So for example, I want to delete this event right here. And to get started with adding an attendee, what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at our updated events. So everything is right there. So I'm going to grab my updated events and I'm going to basically iterate over all of our events. And the first thing that I need to do is I'm going to check if the event is the correct event that we want to add the attendee for. So we have all of our events on state.events, and this is going to be an array so we can map over it. I'm going to take a look at my event. So if event.id does not match the event that we have received with our payload. So I'm going to say action.payload.event ID. So if these two do not match, that means we're not actually targeting the correct event. So I'm just going to return from it. But what if they match? What if we want to add an attendee and we're targeting the correct event for that as well? So we have this action, and on the action we have payload, and on the payload we have our attendee. So if I do another dot on the, where is that? On the payload, you can see we have our attendee. So what I'm going to do is, since I'm going to use this attendee, I'm just going to destructure it, and I'm going to get it out of that object. Now, if this attendee already exists within the list of attendees, we don't want to add it, right? So we need to do that check as well. So I'm going to create a variable and I'm going to call it exists. This is going to be event.attendees.sum. We're going to use the sum method and we're going to grab one individual attendee and we're going to check the email. So let me just write the correct syntax. So I'm going to say this email on our event, if this email is the same email on the attendee that we have received with our payload. So what this means is we have an email that is existing within our event that was created beforehand. And then we receive an email through our payload. And if these two emails are the same, we're going to store that within this variable that is called exists. And then we're going to do a simple check. So we're going to say if exists, if this is true, then we just want to return our event. We don't want to do anything else. Because in this scenario, it would mean that, let me just get rid of that parenthesis and put it right there. It would mean that this email already exists, so we don't want to do anything to it. All right. Now, what if this email is a unique email? then we need to make sure that we actually add it to our list of attendees. So within this object, I'm going to grab that specific event, and I'm going to, so you know that the attendees is actually an array, right? So I'm going to say, I'm going to spread all the other properties of the attendees, or all of the other attendees, and I'm just going to add this current attendee. So this is what this is going to return for us. But we need to make sure that we update our local storage as well. So I'm going to say save events, and I'm going to pass in our updated events. And then what do we show in the UI? We need to send something so we can show that in the UI as well. So we're going to say return. We're going to update the state, and let's grab our events, and this is going to be equal to our updated events. So that's everything I wanted to do in order to add an attendee. Let me just comment this one out. Let's save this. So far, let me just take a look at our reducer. Let's actually go ahead and try to add an attendee. So I'm going to say one@gmail.com. Let's try to add it, and there we go. We're able to add that. We cannot still change the, or basically update the attendee status, because we have not actually handled that here. So far we just have two reducers. We are able to add an event, and we're able to add an attendee. Let's go to our events, and there we go. You can see that is being shown here because we have already handled this logic, and it's called one confirmed attendee. Now, if I were to add two@gmail.com, it's added. There we go. So I'm going to go to this page, reload the page, and we know that it is going to the local storage as well. So what is it that we want to do when it comes to deleting an event? Well, this should be simple. So the way that I'm going to go about this case, this delete event, is we're going to use the filter method. And the filter method's logic, it works a little bit in reverse. So we're going to say that we want to keep the events that we filter out from the pool of all events. So we filter out all of the events, but we keep one event in that pool. And the event that we keep in that pool, that's the event that we are going to ignore, aka delete. So all the events that we take out of the pool, they're going to be returned, and they're going to be shown on the UI. And the one event that's our target event to delete, that's going to stay in that pool. Basically, the filter method is going to create a new array, and we populate that new array or new pool with everything that we have selected from our old array. But we don't select one thing, and that thing, that event, is the event that we want to delete. So it's like that. Instead of deleting one event, we actually pick up all the other ones, and we leave behind that one event. So this is how the filter method actually works. So here I'm going to grab our updated events since everything is in there. Let's grab the state, and on the state we have events, and then we can use the filter method. So we're going to say for any event, if the event ID is not the target event ID, so action.payload, if it is not the same thing, then we want to keep it. But if it is the same ID, then in that scenario, what that means is that's the event that we want to delete. So that's why I said it's like a backward logic. So instead of deleting one, we keep all the others. We don't delete it. And in the process, we ignore that one event, and conclusively, we can say we just deleted that. There we go. And that's it. And in here, we need to update our local storage. So updated events with this. And what do we want to return to the UI? Let's just return. We need to update the UI as well. Even though we just deleted an event, we need to update the UI. So this is going to be equal to our updated events. Save that. Let's close it. So let's say I have this, my new event one. I'm going to click on it. I'm going to click on this delete, and I'm going to delete it. And there we go. It works perfectly fine. So I'm going to keep this. I'm going to delete this 1, 2, 3 as well. Very good. I'm going to delete the birthday party. And if I refresh the page, you can see it's going to stay. I'm just going to keep 2 events, so we know what we're working with. So we have this my new event to check the attendee list. I'm going to zoom this out, and we have this one. So only these 2 events. Now what I want to do is next is to actually create this edit page. So if I were to click on this, you can see we go to this event edit page and there is nothing. So what we need to do is we need to go ahead and make sure we can hook this up to this create an event page. So it's not like I'm trying to create a new page. It's like I'm trying to put everything back inside of this create an event page, but then I want to change its URL to /edit, and then I'm going to add the ID for that specific event. So if I come right here, let's say I take a look at this my new event, and I want to change the title. So I'm going to click on that. So far you can see it says event edit page, and there is nothing inside of there. So let's go ahead and we have this event card. I'm going to close this. There is just too many tabs open. Let's close this event details. So I have these pages. I have this event edit page. There is nothing inside of there. Let's go ahead and remedy that. So here I'm going to return a section element, and there is going to be an h1. And the h1 is basically going to say the title, edit event. Very good. Now we are going to use the same component. So we have this event form component. Let me open this up as well. So we have this event form component, which seems to have 2 issues. We have that state that we have not used. We're going to use it. Don't worry about this. So we have this event form component, and we're going to reuse this. So we used it for creating, and we're going to use it again for editing. So I'm going to show you, this is actually extremely simple, and I'm going to show you how you can do that. So let's save this, and there we go. Now, the problem is that, what do you think the problem is? The problem is we're targeting this event, this specific event, but then we don't see any information when it comes to this event. There is nothing in here. So what we need to do is we need to load up all of the information regarding this specific event for which the ID is here from our local storage. But then we want to load this up conditionally, because if I go to create an event page, I don't want to see any artifact data in here from any previously edited event. I want to see a new form in here, but when I go to the edit page, I don't want to see a new form. I want to see an editable form for an existing event. So that's the difference. When I go to edit, I am not trying to create a new event. The event has already been created. I'm trying to edit it. But when I go to create a new event, then I'm trying to actually create a new event. And the titles, they say the same thing. So just to remedy this title and these styles, I'm just going to add these classes, and then we're going to move forward with our form. So here we have this edit event. How can we load all the information? The first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to add a state that is going to basically trigger if this form is in the editing mode. So I'm just going to call it is editing. And by default, this is going to be set to true. And this is going to be a Boolean flag that I've just put in here. And let's go ahead and let's take a look at our event form. And so what we need to do is we need to accept this within our component, within this component. So here it is, event form. And what am I going to do here? Well, I'm going to call this is editing. Now, what is going to be the initial state for this? Well, the initial state for this is going to be false. So I'm just going to set it to false. But then I need to type annotate this as well. So this is editing. This is going to be a Boolean type. Let's save everything. It's going to rearrange that for us a little bit. Now, if is editing is true, that means we have some data in the local storage and we want to get that from the local storage, and show it on the web page if isEditing is true. And how do we do that? Now, since we're talking with the local storage, what I can do is I can use the use effect hook of React. So I'm just going to use this use effect. And this use effect is going to basically have a dependency array. Now, the dependency array is going to determine when this use effect actually works. So if I pass this isEditing here, whenever this isEditing is changing its state, either from true to false, this use effect is going to actually run. And then I'm going to add the ID for that specific event in here as well. And we're going to take a look at the state.events here as well. Now, how do we actually implement this? Well, we first need to make sure that this isEditing is set to true, as well as the event has an ID. So after that, what I'm going to do is I need to make sure that the ID of the event that we're trying to edit is the same ID that we are going to actually grab from our local storage. So I'm going to say state.events.find. I want to find any specific event for which the event.id is the same as the ID of the event that I'm right here. So event.id, this comes from local storage. This ID, it comes from the ID that is inside of the URL. So that's the ID of the current, basically the current event that is being shown on the web page. Now, there is an error here. That's because we have not actually extracted the ID from React Router. And the way we can do that is we use this hook that is called useParams. This hook is used to actually select any URL parameter. The ID of this specific event that I want to target from the local storage, it exists on our React router, and this is within this useParams hook. And I just imported that, or I just destructured it rather. So if this is the same thing, then I want to store this inside of a variable, and I'm going to call it event to edit. Very generic name, right? And then we are going to go ahead and try to edit this. Now, I'm going to do another if statement just to make sure that event to edit actually exists. Now, if this exists, we are going to grab our set form data. Now, this is something that we have already created and we have talked extensively about, and we are going to submit a form data. So we're going to say title is going to be equal to event to edit dot title, and then we are going to say description is equal to event to edit dot description. So all of the fields are going to be available for the user to edit. Now, the user might decide that they want to edit one field or all of them or a couple of them. I don't know which one the user is going to decide to edit. So I'm just going to pass all of them here, and I'm going to make sure that the user has the ability to edit that. So here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to split this, add this empty space, just to make sure I select the date part from it. We have this time. This is event to edit dot time. Very good. After that, we have the location. It's going to be event to edit. Event to edit dot location, and we have this attendee email, which I'm going to set it as the initial state. The reason for it is this set form data has no control over this. We are going to add attendees from a different, using a different way. And we have already seen how we do that, right? So it's not the set form data. And now let's just make sure that we actually try to update the attendees as well. So we're going to say set attendees. I am going to pass, I'm actually going to spread the event to edit, and I'm going to allow the user to add the attendees. There we go. So what else do I need to do here? We need to make sure that we can't, I shouldn't have saved it. There was just that error. I need to make sure that I'm actually, I have an ability to turn this on and off. So we're going to go to our handle submit, and within here, we're going to say that if isEditing is on, then we're going to call one function. But if we're not editing, then it means we're adding an event. So in here, I'm going to say if isEditing as well as the ID, both of them are set to true, then we're going to call another function, which is going to be, this is going to be a context function. And we're going to call this, even though we have not created this yet, we are going to create it momentarily. And we're going to pass in the ID, and we're going to spread all the event data in here. Now, what if the user is not editing an event? Then we are going to say, okay, you can add an event. But in both scenarios, we want to navigate the users, all the users back to the home page. So I'm going to grab this update event, and let me get rid of this space. This should be dot. Very good. There we go. And where is our context? Use event context. I'm going to add a comma, and I'm going to put that update context, update event in there. So now let's jump into our context. So we have this add event, add attendee, delete event. The next one should be this update event for us. So for updating an event, I'm going to come right here. I'm going to say function. The name of this is update event. What is this going to accept? It is just going to accept the event itself. Let me type annotate this correctly. And we are going to dispatch this data to our useReducer. Now we don't have any type for it, so I'm going to say update underscore event, and this is going to have a payload, which is going to be our event. There we go. So function update event, let me just copy that, put it right here as well. And we don't have this type. Let's go to our index. And within the index, I'm going to add another union type. You know what? Let me just copy paste this, put it right here. So this is going to be update event. The payload for this one is going to be the event itself. So event. And I need to add this here as well. So we have update event. And this function is going to accept the event, which is going to have a type of event, and it is going to return void. There we go. So we are done here. Let me save this. We need to jump into our useReducer, and within the reducer, we need to add this update event. So I could add it after the add event or after the, you know what? I'm just going to add it after this. So here, I'm going to say case, if it is update event, then what do I want to do? I'm going to grab my updated events, and we already know this. We have worked with it several times. We're going to grab our events, and we're going to map over our event. And in each iteration, we're going to select one event. And what is it that we want to do? We want to make sure that the ID matches. So if event.id is equal to the action.payload.id, then I want to select action.payload. Otherwise, it means that I've not selected the correct event. I'm just going to add the event there. And let me get rid of these curly braces because we are trying to do an implicit return. let's add this save events inside of our local storage. Let's update actually the local storage. And then we need to return something to the user as well, which is going to be our state as well as the updated events. Let's save this and let's try to reload the page. Let me save all of that, reload the page, and there we go. So everything has come from the local storage. Now there are like a couple of things that I want to fix, and what I'm going to fix is the first thing, one of the things that I want to fix is this text. So if I come right here, it says create event, but this is going to be, let me add it within quotes, and I'm going to surround this entire thing with curly braces. So if isEditing is set to true, then I'm going to say update event. Otherwise, I'm going to say create event. And there we go. Now you can see it says update event. So I could say my new event, updated title, and let's just update the event. It goes to page not found. Let me just reload the page and go to inspect. Let's see what the issue is. Let me put that down there, and let's attendees that filter is not a function at event card. Where's our event card? Line 8. So confirmed attendees and event card, try to recreate commentary from scratch using our boundary provided. React router caught this attendees that filter is not a function. Why is it not a function inside of our event card, even though we handle that? So we have our confirmed attendees. It is all the attendees that we have selected from our event. And we say for every individual attendee, if the status is equal to yes, we're just going to get the length of that because filter returns an array for us. I'm going to go through different files just to see what this problem is. So we have this events list page. This is where we pass in all of the events. Right here, we just pass in the event and then we select it inside of the card. So if I go to the card, just refresh the page, it is still giving me this error. So on the event, if I do event dot, we can see we have the attendees. And on the attendees, we have all the all the array methods. So it is actually an array. And confirmed, this is going to be a number, but this attendees, you can see it has a type of an array of attendees. So it is an array, but I'm not sure why is this throwing this error. It's not. The reason for this error is because it is thinking that this attendees is not actually an array. So we're calling an array method on something that is not an array. So if I go to events list page, we get all of the events here from the state, and then we pass the event here. Everything is okay because this worked. To be honest, I'm not sure where this error is coming from. So we have our confirmed attendees and we got that there. Let me log this confirmed attendees. Does it show it in the log? We can't even go there. There is something wrong, but I can't really say what's wrong here. I can't. I need to pause the video right here, and then I need to find this out, what the problem here is. Event list page, type our event list page. Let me go to event list page. Line 18. Where is line 18? So here it says events.map. For every event, we create an event card. The key is going to be event.id, and this is going to be event. And you can see here, this error is again, the actual error comes from this line. So let me just bring this up on line number 18. So this is the problem right here. And that's the events list page. So if I go to the console, it says that page, and it's talking about this one. So it's not the fault of the event card. The actual thing and the actual event, it comes from our events list page. And here is our events list page. We get use event context from the state, and then there is this error that we have on the context that I'm going to fix this. And then if this error persists, I need to pause the video and find this out. So what this basically says is we're returning a component as well as this hook. What we need to do is put this hook inside of its own file. So what I can do is I could create a new file and I could call it useEventContext.ts. This is going to be a simple file. I'm going to cut this, put it right there. Let me put that there. Okay. And we need to import this use context from React. Now in here, we need to get rid of this use context, and I'm going to cut this event context as well. So this event context, I just cut that, and I'm going to put it here. Very good. Let's grab this create context. Let's grab the type. Now I am going to export this event context, and let me get rid of that here as well. So we have two errors. We need to import this event context from our file. So I'm going to say import event context from use event context. Let's save this. Now we need to make sure wherever we have called this use event context, the path for it is different. So I'm going to go to search. I'm going to zoom this out so it's easier. First off, we have this event details page where we have called that there. So here it is. I need to change where this is coming from. So one way for me is to just grab the last letter and just add it again. So let me save this, close this file. And what else? So we have another one right here. Let me get rid of this import and add this again, save this, and there we go. This one is done. What about event list page? Get rid of the import. Oh, this is the context, sorry. Event list pages. This is the event card. We have not used it, so let me close it. This is the event list page. So I'm going to get rid of this import. And I'm going to import this again, save this. So the event details page still requires it. Event details page is right here. And I hope you're not getting confused. I'm just rearranging some stuff. So let's save that. Now it says type undefined non-assignable to type event. I'm going to come back to this, but for now, let's just reload the page. It's the same issue. So let me go to my event card. I don't have the context here. I don't have the context. Yeah, I updated this. For this one, I updated that as well. Navigation doesn't have it. So let me close these pages. And what else? So event create page. We have this event form is missing, but it is required in the type is editing. Let's go to our form. I am going to make this optional. Well, not there. We need to add the optional flag in there. So is editing, haven't we used this? Oh, is editing. Now it's perfect. We still have this error. Okay, so this part is done. Event form, we have the event create page. Let's close that as well. Let me close this use context. This is event create page. So this one, event details page, it is talking about this event that has a type of it could have an undefined as a type. So I could just pass the exclamation mark here, and there we go. That one is solved. Let's go to event edit page. Perfect. This page also perfect. And so we're done with this. The only thing remaining for us is to find out, for me, is to find out what this problem is. But just by taking a look at it, I can understand this. So I need to pause the video right at here and find out what the problem is, and I'm going to come back with the solution. So after taking a look at our local storage, I was able to find out what the problem is. The problem is not that this attendees is not an array. You can see it has a type of an array. The issue is that during this development process, especially perhaps during the past hour or so, I made a mistake somewhere where I cannot actually find where I made that mistake. So the issue is that inside of the local storage, this is our original local storage string, which says planner events. In here, as you can see, this, just take a look at this, attendees. What do you see on the outer part? You can see it's an object. Well, it looks like an object because it is an object. So the issue is that I have made somewhere a mistake where instead of having this attendees as a list of attendee objects, where each object contains the email as well as the status, I have an object of attendee objects. Now, on the object, even though here it says it's an attendee array, it's an array of attendees, but exactly and correctly what we get from local storage, that is actually an object. And on any object, we do not have this filter. So if you face this, and one way to solve this is actually, let me just zoom this in, is to call this method on this object dot values. So on this main object, if I do a dot, we can see we have all of these methods. Now, these are all object level methods. And this object with the big O, this is the mother object in JavaScript. So everything stems from here. All the arrays, all the objects, all the functions, they come from here. And on here, we have a couple of very interesting methods. One of them is keys. This is going to get the keys of any object that you pass inside of the parentheses. And then you have the ability to do basically a dot and find out all the array methods. So object.keys grabs all the keys of any specific object, puts them into arrays, and then you can iterate over that array. It puts them into one array, and then you can iterate over that array. That's why we can see here all the array methods. Now, here, as you can see, right here, this is 0. So if I were to have another attendee object, that would be 1. So the keys are numbers like 0, 1, 2, or whatever. So object.keys is not going to solve your problem. So what you need to do is, instead of object.keys, you're going to do object.values. It's going to do the same thing, but it's going to do it for the values of the object. So the object is one object, that's the attendee object. Now, this is for you in case you want to fix this by converting it into by working with an object first and then converting it to an array. And then I'm going to come to another solution as well, where you can see this, I have this another string here. So what you are going to do is this attendees, since it's an object, you're going to get the values. And the values for this object are actually other objects. And this is what you're interested in. So values is going to convert is going to put all the values inside of one array, and then you can do all the array methods that you want. So in here, the way this would go, I didn't solve it like this because I don't like solving it like this. I want, since this is an array, this attendees, it says an array, I want it to be an array. But in case you want to solve it like that, you're going to go ahead and do this. So you're going to grab this attendees and you're going to put it inside the values. So object.values, and then put the attendees inside the values. That means attendees is an object. If attendees is an object for you, then it's going to select all of the values of that object, and then you can do a filter method on it and get the length. But this is not how I want to go about it, and this is not how I actually went about it. So after I found out what the issue was that attendees is not an array of objects, it's an object of objects. So how did I solve it? Well, I went to my local storage and I changed the storage key. So I turned the this development server off. I changed this. You can see it says -1. So it's a brand new string inside of our local storage. After doing that, I got this one. So I deleted the event because I want to create it right now. So I'm going to say new event. Let's zoom this in to test storage key, and then some description. We could pass in any date, any time. Let's say 000, and I'm going to add an attendee, maybe add a couple of attendees here as well. So I'm going to say create an event, and you can see it creates it for me. So this part was not the issue, right? So the issue was that when I came here to the editing of this, I'm going to say edited, and then let's add another attendee as well. I'm going to add 555, and then I'm going to say update. And here we had an issue, right? Now, let's go ahead and let's take a look at our local storage. So here you can see we have this planner _ events _1. And then all of the events are basically array items. And then here we have the first, since we just have one item within the array, it has an index of 0. So right click, there we go. You can see. So if I zoom this in, take a look at that. That's an array right there. There we go. So this is how I solve this. So if I just click on this, we can see this is actually an array right here. So it has 3 items inside of it. And now I can iterate over them very easily. And by default, the status of any of the attendee that we add any newly added attendee is going to have a status of yes, which we talked about. So I have this string, I'm going to keep it there, and then I have this new one. And that's it. The problem was that I had committed an object as attendees to my local storage, and I was trying to read that object as an array. So if I want to do that, I need to convert it and select either the keys or the values depending on the use case using object.keys or object.values, and then I can iterate over it and do something with it. So this was, I think this was a very good bug, right? These kind of bugs, they rarely happen that you end up actually learning something from it. And so that's going to be it here. I'm just going to save this. Nothing is going to change. There we go. So the next part, and I believe the last part for us to do, is to be able to change any attendee status. So from here, I need to be able to go ahead and add an attendee. So I'm going to copy that, put it there. I'm going to say 510. Let's add the attendee. There we go. And let me add another one as well. Let's grab this one, put it there, and I'm going to say 610. So 5 attendees, right? Let's go to the events, and we can see everything is working correctly. The only thing is we need to be able to change these statuses or stati. So first off, let's find which page this is. And if I take a look at this, we have this event, and then we have this event ID. So this is the page where we see all the event details, right? So here. Now, let's find out where these statuses are so we can apply some on-click event handlers on them. I'm going to collapse that. So collapse this div. This is the attendees form. Collapse it. And here we go. So we have the first attendee that says the status is yes. And on this attendee span element, okay, so this should be the status. Okay, here we go. We have already added these, so I'm just going to comment this one back in. This is going to be handle change status. This is going to be a function for us. So we have already added these and we have talked about them. Let me just comment them back in. So for the first one right here, for this one, we can see it says if attendee.status is yes, then show a color of green. So since this is attendee.status yes, that's the status that we pass into this handle change status. See, it says yes. So we pass that in there. And subsequently, for the other ones, for the second one, since it says no, and you can see it's red, we pass in no. And for the third one, we pass in maybe, since that's maybe. Right? So let me just copy this and go up. Let's go up. So where can I put that? There we go. So here I have this handle change status. Now, what does this function accept? Well, it accepts an email, which has a type of string, and it also accepts a status. Now, the status, I'm going to type annotate it correctly. So we have this attendee type. On the attendee type, we're going to grab the status. Now, what do we want to do here? Well, we don't want to do anything here. This is the data that the user has given us. So we want to pass it to our context. So this is how the data flows. I just want to reiterate this. So the user does something, and based on that thing, we get some sort of data. And then we call a method or a function inside of our event context. Why? Because that's the central point where we are concerned with everything interactive and data related that the user has done. So we call a method, we call a function, we could call this handle attendee, or sorry, update attendee status. And since we call this, what should we pass in there? Well, we need to first distinguish between which attendee, which event it is. So I'm going to pass in the ID. We need to pass in the attendee email. So we target the correct one. So why do we pass an email? Because once I say, let's come right here. So let's add another one. Guest 55, let's just add the attendee. So I say guest 5 is not willing to go to this, whatever this is. And I'm going to say no. So once I say no, guest 5's status should only be updated, not guest 55. So every status has to be linked correctly to its containing email address. That's why we pass in the email address here. And then that specific status, whatever the user has done. So let's just copy this. This updated attendee status, it comes from our use event context. From here, we're going to jump into our context. And so here we have the add event, add attendee, delete event, update event. And after that, we have a function that is called update attendee status. I need to pass it here as well. So what did this function accept? Well, this function accepted the any specific event ID, which had a type of, oh, whoops, I shouldn't put that there. It should be within the parentheses, right? So we have this event ID, type of string. We have the email, which is type of string. And finally, we had the status, which is equal to attendee status. There we go. We even got autocomplete in there. So we have these three. Now, what do I want to do here? Well, since this is my central data management or state management point, I don't want to do anything here. I just want to pass this status, whatever the user has given me. I want to pass it to my reducers, because the reducers are actually going to calculate the next state for me, and then I'm going to get it back within this event context, and I'm going to send it to the UI basically to where the user can see it. So here I'm just going to send this or dispatch it. What do I want to dispatch? Well, this is of course going to be an object, and there is going to be a type. So we're going to say update attendee status. There we go. So that's the type. And then what is the payload? The payload is going to be very interesting. We have the event ID as the payload. We have the email as the payload. Email. And then we have the status. So what is the status? Well, I don't know at this point, and I don't care because it depends on what the status is. I don't want to hard code the status. So the user, maybe the user has said the first, like initially the user has said maybe, then they change their mind to no, and then they change their mind to yes. So if I hard code any status, then that status is not going to change, and it is going to look like pure HTML. So here we go. Let's just save that. And now we need to define these types. Let me get rid of the local storage. And to define the types, let's come right here. So here, I could just copy this one down below. This says update underscore attendee underscore status. And payload is going to be big one. Let me just get rid of that. So for the payload, we have the event ID, which is going to be of type string. We have the email, which is going to be of type string. And then we have the status. Now the status has, even though we don't want to hard code it, but it is going to have only 3 possibilities, right? So one of them is going to be yes, no, or maybe. Let's type annotate this one as well. Update attendee status. This function actually accepts the same thing. So let me just grab these. All 3 of them actually. Let me see. So yeah, let me just put that there. And what is this function going to return? Nothing. There we go. Let's go to event context, and now let's jump into our reducer and let's see how we want to actually handle this case. So, whoops. For this case, we're going to say this case is actually updated in the status. Very good. Now, first off, let's grab the event ID, the email, and the status from our payload. So we have this action payload, and I'm going to destructure all these 3 information. So we have the event, let me say const, and then event ID. We have the email and as well as the status. So what was the status? I don't know, but the status is available on this status that we just destructured. So much like before, we grab our update events. On the state, we have all of our events, and we map over all the events, and we select an event for which the event ID is the same thing as the ID that we received from the user. So this event ID, this one, right? Whoops. This event ID that I have here, this is something that I received from my payload. See? I have this action.payload, and here is the event ID. What is this? This is something that the user has given us. So with this we can distinguish on which event it is that we're making some changes to their guest list. So if the event ID is the same thing, then I want to do here something. If the event ID is not the same thing, I want to do something else. So if the event ID does not match, I just want to return the event. I don't want to make any changes. But in case the event ID matches, so it's the correct event that the user wants to edit. And what do I mean by that? So any event, when you click on it, so if I go back, if you hover on it, this on the bottom left corner of your browser, you can see there is like that URL that you're going to be navigated to. So if I click on this event, which has a title of 123, and which was supposed to happen like 3 years ago. So if I click on this event and I go to this event, then that's the correct event. All right, but that's for navigation. So now I am on this event and I know that this 123 event, it has only 2 guests. So if I change this, perhaps I have another event. Let's say 456, and let's go to 2030, May 12. All right, and on this time here, and I still have the same guest, right? For some reason. So you can see in both of these events, I have the same guest. So if one of these guests cannot make it to one of the events, but they can make it to the other event, we should be able to distinguish between that. So maybe this guest 5 was at this event 30 years ago, but this guest 5 is not able to go to this event. So I'm going to say no. Now here, you can see the status of this guest 5 right here for this 456 event is different than the status that I have here. So here you can see it's green, here it is reddish. So you can see, but I should be able to distinguish between these 2 events. Otherwise, if I say no here, or if I said no here, then this one would have been no as well. So that's why we distinguish between the correct event, because we need to change the correct events data, like attendee list. So that's why I'm explaining it, so you really understand what is happening. So after that, we grab all of the other event data, because when I am inside of the guest list, there was just 3 things that I want to change. There is just one change, but it can happen in one of 3 ways. So that change is only in the attendee status part. All right. Now, I don't want to change the, perhaps when I am changing the attendee status, I don't want to change the title, because I have for that, I have a different method, different context, different reducer. So in here, I just want to change the status. Now we just distinguish between 2 events. We didn't distinguish between 2 attendees. We need to distinguish between 2 attendees as well. So here, I'm going to grab our attendees, and on this event, we have this attendees. And if I do a dot, you can see it is actually an array. So we're going to grab one individual attendee, and we're going to say, if this attendee, now this attendee that I'm selecting, this is within our local storage, all right? If this has the same email, this attendee.email, this comes from the local storage. If it is the same thing as the user clicked on for changing the status, so this, after the triple equal email, this email comes from the user, as you can see right here. So this email is the same thing that I destructured here. If both of them are the same thing, meaning the user is clicking on the correct email, then I want to do something here. Otherwise, I want to do something here. So if it is not the correct email, I just want to return the attendee. I don't want to change the status because the user didn't click on the correct attendee, all right? But what if the user did? So if the user did, we know for any attendee, we have an object. We talked about it like 20 minutes ago. And that object has 2 things inside of it. One thing is the email that we spread it right here. That means we don't want to change it. The thing that we want to change is going to be the status. Let me save that. Very good so far. Let me collapse that as well. And yeah, so why do we check the email? So if I come right here, you can see I'm clicking on this no, and this no belongs to this email. So the second check, this email is the same as the email that we selected from the local storage. That's because when I say no for 5, it should not be no for 55. It should be no for 5. All right. So that we have completed the map here. And after that, we need to save these events to our local storage. So I'm going to pass in the updated events in there, but then we need to return something. And the reason that we return it is so we can send it to context, and context sends it to the component that is responsible for changing the UI, so user can see it. But this happens really fast. So let's grab our state, let's grab the events, and we set it to updated events. Okay, unexpected lexical. Oh, let me just select everything, and I'm going to wrap it inside of curly braces. Very good. All right, so we have our updated attendee status, and now we need to jump here. Let's save everything. Let's come right here, reload the page. That's very good. Go into inspect. We don't have any problems. So now if I change the status, let me just keep opening, have this open. So if I change the status for 5, you can see it changed the status for 5. And then now, maybe, no, yes, no, maybe. And now we just have one confirmed attendee. So if I go here, we can see it says one confirmed attendee. And there we go. And technically we're done. Now we can take a look at this inside of our local storage, which is going to be interesting. So here we are. Now I have this one event where we have just one attendee. We have 5 attendees actually. So for the first one, you can see this is why we do all of these checking. So it is the correct attendee that we want to change. It's the correct event that we want to change. So maybe, and then we have no, we have yes, we have no, and then we have maybe. Exactly the same thing. Now I am going to add a new event. Birthday party on the beach. I'm not sure. I'm just writing something. So some description. Let me copy this on this date. This time. Florida. Yeah. And we have guest 68. And then we have guest 70. And we could go 71 as well. And let's create the event. There we go. 2 completely different events. We have 3 confirmed attendees for this. We have 1 confirmed attendee for that. And if I go to the local storage application, now you can see we have 2 array items. This is the first one, and this is the second one. And by default, all the statuses are set to yes. So if I come right here and if I say no, 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 this is updating in real time as well. There we go. So 1 confirmed, 2, 3 confirmed. And our semantic grammar for English also works. Very good. And this should be it. Yeah, I really, really, really enjoyed creating this app. And let me, you know what, before going, let's just make some changes to this. Let me update the event. We shouldn't be able, because there should be something in there. So update event, maybe get rid of all of the guests and then update the event. There we go. So that works. And now what if I want to delete this event? I can do that as well. Delete this event as well. Very good. Take a look at my local storage. I have rendering. Okay. Some artifact errors. We don't have anything in here. No properties. And this is going to be it for this project and for this video. I really enjoyed creating this project, and as always, I enjoyed even more teaching it. See you in the next one.